I hope I hope you are well, and we are going maybe to start by a small recap of what we have seen yesterday, just to resume the training. So yesterday, you probably remember that we talk about the definition of human factors. What are the main features and application and scope of human factors? You remember that we may use human factors at the physical level to design a system, at the cognitive level to design a human-machine interface, and also at the organizational level. So it was the application of human factor. Then we went in a little bit in more detail, and also to explain you that in safety, we can't really focus only on human factors, but more on the system, which is around human, and that it's quite difficult to explain an accident only by human errors, but more with by a combination of human errors and failure in the system, or something that may happen in the system and that will provoke the accident. Then we went through the different stages of information processing. You probably remember that we talk about perception, we talk about decision making, and we talk about attention, memory, long-term memory, and working memory. And at the end, we talk also about situation awareness. Maybe can someone tell me about situation awareness? What did you remind from situation awareness? Is there anything you? Hello, can someone tell me about situation awareness? Oh, I see all the camera cut, so I don't see anyone, only names. So what is situation awareness?
There are 3 levels of situation awareness.
Yes.
Level 1 is perception, and level 2 is comprehension, and level 3 is process of future.
Yes, very good. Yeah, projection in the future, exactly. So situation awareness is something which is really important to understand. Also, interaction, man-machine interaction, and especially in some aviation accident, situation awareness was a very useful concept to understand that sometimes the pilot may lost their situation awareness. So that means that especially for very automated systems, sometimes the pilot did not perceive the situation and has reacted to the situation in an appropriate manner because of the lack of situation awareness. And so people working in the design of system are using very much the concept to try to improve situation awareness by providing some displays, by providing some information to help the pilot or the air traffic controllers to get a good situation awareness. We talk about about attention. Yeah, yesterday also you remember the gorilla going through the video. So we saw that attention might be very efficient to focus on some very specific information, but the risk also of attention is that we can neglect very important information like the gorilla going through the teams, the basketball teams. And so we need to be careful when we are very focused because of the fact that we can neglect some very important information. We talked about vigilance also yesterday, and we have seen that we are not really, attention, it might be only maintained for something like 30 minutes. And after 30 minutes, you see an increase of the number of omissions, so meaning that people tend to do more errors after 30 minutes in a vigilance task. And so finally, we talked about fatigue yesterday. We have seen that fatigue is one of the highest risk in aviation safety. We have seen that there is a number of accidents due to fatigue. And we define fatigue as a biological drive for recuperative rest, meaning that people, when we are tired, we absolutely need or will always seeking a break or a rest period. And in rest period, we have seen that there is two things, sleep. So just to show you again this slide, sleep and the rest and the end of work. And so this is related to two kinds of fatigue, which combine to impair our performance capabilities. And we have seen also yesterday that there is several fatigue factors in aviation. So pilot, air traffic controllers, maintenance can be exposed to these different fatigue factors. And finally, we talk about the three processes. Okay, can you remind me what are the three processes? The sleep-wake regulation, you remember? And so what are the three processes that control sleep-wake?
Có anh chị nào xin vui lòng nhắc lại với thầy là xem là có cái ba cái quy trình gì không ạ? Hôm qua mình học về cái quản lý mệt mỏi á. Thì chúng ta có những cái process gì ạ? Có 3 loại ạ.
We have three process model is the C, W, and S.
Could you say it again? Sorry, it's really a weak signal.
We have three process model, C, W, and S. Can you hear it?
I can't hear, sorry.
She said that there's three models, C, W,
Yes.
and S.
Okay, yes. And so C, what means C?
Is clock.
Yes. S.
W is what? Walking. And S is sleep.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and so we talk just before the end yesterday, we talked about the process W, which is sleep inertia. And you probably remember this experiment where they found that 5 minutes after awakening, most part of the brain are still sleeping, okay? And especially the higher part of the brain, which is still sleeping 5 minutes after awakening, and you need to wait around 20 minutes before seeing one part of the brain, one part of the higher brain to be awake. And that means that it's very difficult to make any decision before this 20 minutes, okay? And we'll see later that it has a lot of implications in terms of sleep management, especially when you are willing to do a small nap, which may happen for a pilot or an air traffic controller. The risk is that if you have to do something immediately after your awakening, you might suffer very much from this sleep inertia. So just to recap, also the link between process C and process S. So in a normal situation, I showed you yesterday that these processes are synchronized, meaning that you will have a low circadian your process C will be at the lowest level during the night when you are supposed to sleep, and you will have a high sleep pressure also during the low period of the body clock. And when you are working at night, these two processes are desynchronized, meaning that you will not be able to sleep. You will have a lot of sleep pressure during the nighttime, and on the contrary, you will have a lot of difficulties to fall asleep during the daytime. Okay, because process C and process S are desynchronized and will make sleep very difficult to get during the daytime. Okay, so now a few additional information about the body clock. In fact, we have three main body clocks. The most famous one are the circadian rhythm. Circadian rhythm means around 24 hours. Okay, so this is what we have seen yesterday. It looks like a sinusoid, so around 24 hours, and it controls a lot of our body functions like sleep wake, vigilance, performance, hormonal secretion, and body temperature. I will show you some other example just after. We have also infradian rhythm, which are higher than 24 hours, like the menstrual cycle for women, but we have also some hormonal secretion that follow a seasonal variations. Okay, seasonal, meaning that these hormones will be at different values between the winter and the summer. Okay, so it's also this is one part of the body clocks. And we have finally a shorter rhythm. We call them ultradian. They might be just a fraction of seconds to a few hours, like the brain waves. You know, our brain is producing some electric activity, and so this electrical activity has a frequency which is very, very short. Heart rate is also following a very fast cycle. Breathing, vigilance also follow an ultradian rhythm, and I will give you an example of that in a few minutes. So circadian rhythm, just a few examples. You see here the blood pressure, the cardiac flow, heart rate, oxygen consumption, body temperature. You see they all follow the same trend, with a peak in the late afternoon and a low period in the middle of the night between 2 and 6 in the morning. Or can someone tell me what is the name of this period between 2 and 6 in the morning?
Vâng, có anh chị nào có thể phát biểu cho thầy biết là cái giai đoạn từ 2 đến 6 giờ thì là giai đoạn gì không ạ? 2 đến 6 giờ sáng ạ.
No? You don't remember?
Mình học ngày hôm qua đấy ạ. Cái giai đoạn đấy là cái giai đoạn mà thầy cũng có nhắc đến là cái lượng hormone của chúng ta thấp nhất đấy ạ.
This is called the window of circadian law. Window of circadian law. Okay, so the low period between 2 and 6 in the morning, all your body functions are running at a low level. Your performance are also running at a very low level. Okay, and so what happened during this period is that everything is at low values, except melatonin. So melatonin is the famous hormone which is produced by the body clock, and so it produced by the body clock, it go in the blood, and it tends to switch off everything in your body. Okay, so all your body function will be running at a low level because of melatonin. So melatonin is the chemical products that goes in the body and that really reduce all the activity of the body. And so you see, this is why you have a peak in melatonin between 2 and 6 in the morning. That explain why, you know, we have a low activity in between 2 and 6 in the morning. And I don't know in Vietnam, but if I remember well, yes, I think you can find melatonin. We can buy melatonin in pharmacy, and people, and especially pilots, are taking sometimes melatonin to reset their body clock when they have cross some time zone. You know, when you are flying through a time zone, sometimes you want to make your body clock adjusted more quickly, and so they are using melatonin to speed up the process of adjustment. Okay, so it's a very famous hormone that a lot of people are taking melatonin to improve their sleep, especially when they have cross time zone. Okay, so how it has been discovered? It has been discovered by a very famous experiment where they put people like this in a very isolated environment. We call it temporal isolation studies. So they have no clues of what is the time of the day. They are in the dark, and they spend so depending on the experiment, but if I remember well, this one lasts for 4 months. Okay, so the guy here, he spent 4 months alone in a cave, so 300 meters below the surface, and no social contact, and no light. Okay, and so the idea was to see how the circadian rhythm, how the body clock was reacting to this specific situation. And so what they found, here, and so they control, of course, several things like sleep and wake. Okay, so sleep here is the dark part. The yellow part means that the individual was awake. Okay, and the small blue and red arrow are the maximum and the minimum body temperature. And what you can see is that after, so each line is 1 day. Okay, 1 day in the cave, isolated from all the time cues. Okay, and so you can see that after a few days, the body clock tends to delay. You see, you are no more synchronized on 24 hours, but instead you are more synchronized on 25 hours. Now, that means that your body clock has 1 hour more compared to the 24 hours. And the consequence of that is that you tend to delay always your body clock. You tend to wake up later and later. Okay, and so this is what we call a free running cycle, meaning that your body clock follows its own pace, its own cycle. And so there is a lot of application of that. The first is that, and we all notice that, it's much easier to delay your bedtimes. You know, it's much easier to go later in your bed than going earlier. You probably noticed that. The consequence also is that it's easier to adjust to a westward flight. You know, when you are flying across time zone, let's say if you are going to Paris from Vietnam, it will be easier to do that and to adjust to the Paris time than the other way around. Okay, when you are going back from Paris to Vietnam after staying a few days in Paris, when your body clock is really adjusted, it will take longer to adjust to through crossing the time zone in the eastward. Okay, so going west is easier than going east for your body clock because your body clock tends to delay. Is that clear?
Các anh chị có rõ về cái
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. So if I ask to someone, he will be able to explain that. Okay, we'll see, because yeah, at some point we'll do a few recap. Okay, so now another rhythm is what we call ultradian rhythm. You remember I told you that we have circadian rhythm, where we have infradian rhythm, and we have ultradian rhythm. So ultradian rhythm is a short cycle. So this we can see this rhythm with a very simple experiment. We call it the multiple sleep latency test. And so this is quite easy. We ask the participant to lay down on a bed. Okay, we put electrodes on the head. So the two first lines are for the brainwave activity. Okay, so we put small electrodes and we record the electrical activity. Okay, so this is the electrical activity from the brain. This is the electrical activity from the eyes. Okay, so every time the subject is moving the eyes, you see here, okay, the change in the signal. And here, this is the electromyogram. Myogram means the muscle activity. So we put two electrodes here and we measure the muscle tonus. Okay, and when you are sleeping, so we ask the participant to close the eyes and to try to fall asleep. And when we see, you see here, this is the first sign of sleep. You have a slowdown of the brain activity, a slowdown of the eyes activity, and also a slowdown of the muscle activity. And this tells us that this guy is falling asleep. And what we do, we just measure the time to fall asleep. The time to fall asleep is called sleep latency. Sleep latency is how long it takes you to fall asleep. Okay. Can you imagine how long it will take you to fall asleep now if you are closing the eyes? 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes?
20 minutes or 30 minutes.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, yeah. For you, because it's a little bit more, it's 9:30 for you. Yeah, you will probably fall asleep in around 20 minutes. Okay. But then if we do the same test at 10:30, it will be only 10 minutes. Okay. And if we do the test at 2 p.m., so it's the early afternoon, it will be around 6 minutes. Okay. So much shorter. And what does it told us? It told us that in fact this sleep latency reflects our sleepiness or fatigue. The shorter the sleep latency, okay, the higher your sleep pressure, the higher your fatigue. Okay, it's quite easy to understand. If it takes you only 5 minutes, it means that you are very tired. If it takes you 20 minutes, it means that you are not sleepy. Okay, so you see the minimum value is in the early afternoon, after the lunchtime. So can you tell me why we tend to be very tired after the lunch in the early afternoon?
Maybe due to the time between the time you awake as the morning. For example, you awake at 7 a.m. Till Korea here is maybe 15, right? 15 or 16.
Sorry, I can't understand. Really, it's too. You are probably too far from the mic.
So what he mentioned is,
Yes.
sorry, you hear us? It's just because of like when we awake, for example, at 7 a.m. and we work until like maybe 1-ish, and then after lunch, our body got the energy, and then they just keep like, you know, getting tired, and it's ready to rest. So that's the reason why we fall asleep and we feel really sleepy at that time.
Okay. Is there any other explanation?
I see in the process S about sleep. It is said that the afternoon, the awareness, the alertness is very low, so we feel tired.
Yeah, no, in fact, it's not really due to process S, but it's more related to process C. And so there is also a part of the body clock that really program us to sleep in the early afternoon. Okay, and it has nothing to do with the food digestion. No, a lot of people believe that we are sleeping in the early afternoon just because we have just taken some food, and in fact, no, it's really controlled by the body clock, and so we tend to sleep in the early afternoon, and we call it actually the secondary sleep gate. You see, we have two gates. One is a primary gate, primary sleep gate, which is during the night, of course. And the second one is the secondary sleep gate. And between the two gates, you have what we call a forbidden sleep zone. So the forbidden sleep zone is between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m. So what does it mean? It doesn't mean that it is forbidden by the law, but it means that our brain is very much stimulated between 5 and 10 p.m. and it makes sleep quite impossible to obtain. Okay, we can't really sleep between 5 and 10 p.m. And so the implication of that is that if you have to wake up very early in the morning, let's say at 3 in the morning, as we did with Melanie today, or we even wake up at 2 in the morning, you see that it's just impossible to get your 8 hours of sleep, because to get your 8 hours of sleep, you need to go in your bed and to sleep very early in the evening. Okay, and this is just impossible. So this is why people who have to take a very early shift, they are losing a lot of their sleep because they can't get enough sleep in the late afternoon because of the forbidden sleep zone. And so this is one of the challenge we have in fatigue management when we are working on scheduling, is the early shift. The early shift might produce a lot of sleep deprivation for people, so we have to wake up early to take an early shift. Okay, is that clear? Clear for everyone? Okay, because be careful, because we'll have the exam at the end. Sorry.
Sorry, just keep continue.
Okay. So now a few additional information on sleep. You probably know that sleep is not a stable state. We are going through what we call sleep stages. Okay, sleep stages correspond to different depths of sleep. So some part of sleep is very light. Okay, it's very easy to be awake, and some part of sleep is very deep. It means that it's much more difficult to be awake when we are in deep sleep. So we have in fact three kinds of sleep. We have the light sleep, which is stage 1 and stage 2. Okay, and we have then deep sleep, stage 3 and stage 4, and we have stage 5, which is rapid eyes movements. Why this is important? Because this sleep, they are not involved in the same kind of recovery. You know, they are all involved in recovery to recover our body and mind, but they have different implications in recovery. Deep sleep is essential for physical recovery. You know, when you did a lot of physical activity during the daytime, during the night, when you are going in deep sleep, you will recover from this physical fatigue. Okay, and this one, REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, is more involved in cognitive, in mental recovery. So they are both important to recover physical and cognitive or mental functions. Okay, so this is why they are very important. And this is how sleep looks like if you take the brain waves, the brain activity. So you see when you are awake, so it's a very fast activity. When you start to be drowsy, you have the activity is slowing down, and then when you are going to stage 1, stage 2, you have, you see there is a slower activity, and this is deep sleep. Deep sleep features a very slow brain activity. Okay, and so this is typical of deep sleep. And again, deep sleep helps you to recover from your physical activity. And finally, you see this REM sleep here. You see the brain activity is very fast. It looks like exactly when you are awake, but in fact, you are in a very, very deep sleep. This is why we call it also paradoxical sleep. Paradoxical sleep. Why? Because there is a paradox, because your brain activity is very high, but you are not able to move. Your muscle activity, you are just like paralyzed during your sleep, so you are not able to move. Okay, and this is when your brain activity is very active, and this is also involved in mental recovery. Do you know when we are dreaming? Because we are not dreaming in all these sleep stages.
Yeah, I think it's stage 5.
What? Sorry?
So we think in the
It's dreaming is a stage 5 rapid eye
Yes,
movement.
exactly. Yeah, in stage 5. Yes, in rapid eyes movement sleep. Okay, and so this dream might be also related to memories. So dreaming and REM sleep help us to memorize information. You remember yesterday we talked about long-term memory, and so long-term memories are probably built during this REM sleep. So during a typical night, how it works, you see here that these sleep stages, they do not occur randomly, but they occur in a very strict sequence, going from stage 1 and stage 2 first, then we have deep sleep here, stage 3 and stage 4, and then we are ending by a REM sleep. So REM sleep is always shown here in dark. You see, the dark part is only REM sleep here. So this is what we call a sleep cycle. Okay, one sleep cycle lasts around 90 minutes. And then you have a REM sleep. The first REM sleep may last 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, and then you are going to do a second sleep cycle. And then you have again a REM sleep, and then a third sleep cycle, and then a fourth, and maybe normally we have, depending on individual, between 4 to 6 sleep cycles every night. And what happened after a REM sleep is that you wake up. You wake up just for a few seconds. And in most cases, you don't remember that you wake up and then you are going back to sleep for the next cycle. Do you see the difference between the first part of sleep and the second part of sleep? Can you see the difference? Mm-hmm.
When you get from 3 to 6 a.m., there are no stage 3 and 4.
Yes, exactly. Very good. Yeah, but you have much more, you see, REM sleep. You have no more stage 3 and stage 4, but you see, the dark tend to increase, so you have more and more REM sleep. So what does it mean? It means that you tend to recover from your physical fatigue at the beginning in the first part of sleep, and then you are recovering from your mental fatigue more in the second part of the night. And so the conclusion of that is that if you have to wake up very early, like, you know, waking up at 3 in the morning, you will lose most of your REM sleep. You know, you will not get a lot of REM sleep because when you are waking up too early, and this is what happened to people who have to wake up early because they have to take an early shift. It might be a pilot, it might be a mechanic engineers or an air traffic controllers. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Here, what happened during a daytime? If you have to sleep during the daytime, you see that your sleep is totally disturbed. You see, you can't really see the sleep cycles, but you have a very fragmented sleep, and the quality of sleep, you know, it shows that the quality of sleep is not good. A good quality of sleep is like this, and this is not a good sleep, and that will produce a lot of fatigue. You see here, the guy just slept maybe 4 to 5 hours, while he slept for 8 hours. And so this is also one of the features of daytime sleep, is that your daytime sleep will be reduced by around 2 hours, but also the quality of sleep will be really bad compared to a night sleep. Okay, so are we all equal on sleep? Do we have the same? Do we need the same quantity of sleep? Do we all need 8 hours of sleep?
No, it depends on each person.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is your average sleep every 24 hours?
For me,
Normally
7.
6 hours.
6 hours. Wow, 6 hours. It's not too much. And you, sir, what was your?
For me,
what is
9 hours. 9 hours.
9. Wow, 9 hours. Wow, that's much more. Yes. Okay. So yeah, exactly. We know that there is a lot of differences between individuals, but in fact, most people need between 7 to 9 hours. Okay, in average, people need between 7 to 9 hours. But we also have observed during on different studies that in average on the general population, we tend to see a reduction in the sleep quantity. That means that people are sleeping less and less. Do you know why they are sleeping less and less? Is it something which is a natural phenomenon? Why people are sleeping less and less? Does that mean that we, as human, we need less and less sleep? So if you compare before, I don't know, 50 years ago and now in 2021, we have seen that people are sleeping less and less.
Yes, I agree with you. It depends on age.
Oh no, I'm not talking about age. I'm just talking about, you know, I mean, depending 50 years ago, you know, in average, people were sleeping around 8 hours, and now they are sleeping a little bit less than 7 hours. Okay, at the same age. So if you take someone at the age of 30, 50 years ago, they were sleeping more than people who are now 30 years old in 2021.
Yeah, sure. Because the society is developing.
Yes,
people are getting stressed, right, due to their job, their working time or something like that. That's the reason why they get less sleep than before.
Yes, and also, you know, because of all the technologies, internet, social media, you know, smartphones, they tend to to keep us very active, very stimulated, especially in the evening, and also even the light coming from the displays, from the screen, you know, from your smartphone or from your computers or your tablet, tend also to have to make the brain very active. In fact, the light coming from the display, it inhibits the melatonin. You remember the melatonin? We talked about melatonin previously. And so melatonin is very sensitive to light, especially the light coming from the displays. Okay. And so, yeah, this is why we tend to sleep less and less. But so for the same period, we have quite a big difference. We have a few people who just need 4 hours and a few people who need 11 hours. And so that means that in terms of fatigue risk management system, it's quite complex because you have a lot of variability among people. So if you take the same population of pilots, you may have some quite big differences in the average sleep time every 24 hours. And we have also something which is different, which feature or what we call our chronotype. So the chronotype is reflects which time we prefer to sleep. Some of you maybe are from the morning type. So if you are from the morning type, it means that you prefer to wake up very early in the morning and you prefer to go in your bed very early in the evening. Okay, and on the contrary, evening people, they prefer to go late in their bed and stay late in their bed in the morning. So you see, you have here morning type people, and here you have evening type people. So what means the bar here, the dark bars, it's what we call the mid-sleep. Mid-sleep means the time you reach the middle of your sleep. Okay, so that means that if you reach your mid-sleep at 3 in the morning, that means that you probably have been in your bed very early in the evening. If you reach your mid-sleep at 8 in the morning, it means that you are really an evening type individual because you have been in your bed very late in the night. Okay, so morning type and evening type. So you see here again, here we still have 60% of the population, which is between morning and between evening type. That means that these people, most people are able to adjust a little bit, okay? But if they have to wake up very early in the morning, they will have a lot of difficulties because, you know, it will not be, they are not really programmed to wake up very early in the morning. I've been working in one airline, it was a long time ago, and what they did, we can measure your chronotype with a questionnaire. If you are interested, I can send you the questionnaire with just 19 questions. You know at the end what is your chronotype, morning or evening type. And so this airline, what they did, they asked pilots to evaluate their chronotype. Okay, so at the end, they know if they were from the morning type or from the evening type, and they put that into the crew scheduling system. Okay, so that means that the pilot were, the roster of the pilot, their schedule was adapted to their chronotype. If they were more from the morning type, they were more given some morning shifts, okay? And if they were from the evening type, they were more given some late flights, okay, evening flights, because it corresponds to their chronotype. Okay, so yes, it also changed with age, as you have just said. We tend, you see, to sleep less. You see, at the age of 20, the average sleep time is around 8 hours, 450 minutes. And look, at the age of 60, you lost maybe 70 minutes, which is a little bit more than 1 hour, and even more at the age of 80. Does it mean that we need less sleep with age? Mhm. Does it mean that we need less sleep? Oh, everyone is sleeping today.
Dạ vâng, thầy hỏi là điều đó thì có đồng nghĩa với cái việc là các anh chị thì không cần ngủ nhiều khi mà mình có tuổi lớn tuổi hơn không ạ? Anh chị nghĩ sao ạ?
Actually, when we get older, we find it difficult for us to get to sleep easily.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that we need less sleep. We still need the same amount of sleep. But with age, it's more difficult, as you said, to get some sleep, and especially to maintain a continuous sleep. Okay, so we tend to have a very fragmented sleep. And you see also that sleep latency tend to increase a little bit. And what we call sleep efficiency is the amount of sleep we have when we are in our bed, in our bed. Okay, so if you stay, I don't know, 8 hours in your bed, and if you just slept 4 hours, your sleep efficiency will be 50%. Okay, so it means that you spend 50% of your time sleeping while you were in your bed, and you see that sleep efficiency tend to decrease with age. And it means that at the age of 20, when you are going in your bed, you fall asleep immediately, and so you have a lot of sleep while you are in your bed. And more interesting is that the sleep stages also tend to change. You see that slow wave sleep especially tend to decrease. You see the amount of sleep stage goes from 20% to only 8% at the age of 80 or 10% at the age of 60. Okay, and this will reflect our ability to have a good sleep quality with age, so which tend to decrease. And so and we have also an increase in nocturnal arousal, meaning that people, they tend to wake up much frequently during their sleep at the age of 60 or at the age of 80. So again, we have a much more fragmented sleep, and it's more difficult to get some good quality of sleep. This is why we always advise people to get a lot of light. It might be surprising, but in fact, the more people receive light during the daytime, the more their body clock will be adjusted, and so the more they will get some good quality of sleep during the nighttime. So this is one of the recommendations we are giving to people with age to try to maintain the best sleep possible. So now we are going to talk about sleep deprivation, because of course in aviation, as we have seen earlier, the main issue that when people are exposed to fatigue factors like irregular hours of work, working at night, crossing time zone, they will be exposed to sleep deprivation. And in fact, we have two kinds of sleep deprivation. A total sleep deprivation, or we call it the acute. Okay, acute, I just writing down the term. Acute sleep deprivation is a sleep deprivation I mean, it can be a total sleep deprivation in one time. So it's typical of long-haul flight, okay? Long-haul flight at night, or if you have to do a night duty, you will lost all your sleep in one time. And then we have what we call partial sleep deprivation or sleep restriction. It means that you are losing a few hours of sleep every night, okay? And then you will have a kind of accumulation, a cumulative fatigue, which is produced by this small lost in sleep that repeat every day. And this is typical of consecutive early start in regional airlines, short-haul flight, where people are doing consecutive night shift. So what is the risk of sleep deprivation? And there was a lot of research that tried to quantify the effect of sleep deprivation. And there was a very nice research where they tried to correlate the effect of sleep deprivation with blood alcohol concentration. Okay, so we know that if you are taking alcohol, your performance will tend to drop. So here, what they did, they asked this participant to drink alcohol. Okay, so they came in the lab and they were given some glass with alcohol inside, and they have to drink alcohol from 0 up to 0.10%. You know, blood alcohol concentration. When you are, you know, if you are driving your car, I don't know in Vietnam if there is a lot of control on alcohol while you are driving. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and so they measure the alcohol in your breathing, right? Okay, so you have to breathe in the tube, and then they measure the amount of alcohol in your body. Okay, so here it goes from 0, no alcohol, up to 0.10% of blood alcohol concentration. And you see that the performance, so they are doing, the participants have to do to do some cognitive tests, and you see that there is a clear drop in their performance, okay, from 0 to 0.10% of blood alcohol concentration. Then they took another group of participants, and here what they have to do is they have been sleep deprived from 3 hours up to 27 hours. So they went in the lab, and and for 27 hours they were just awake. Okay, no sleep at all for 27 hours, and you see that the performance are quite good at the beginning, and then after 16 hours, you remember the 16 hours? What it is, the 16 hours?
16 hours when the liquid in the brain is
awake.
yeah.
Yes, very good. Yeah, when the liquid in the brain reach the maximal capacity of sleep tank. Okay, so you see that after 16 hours, it tends to drop, and then it goes very low after 27 hours. Okay, and there is an equivalence, which is around, if you get, and I will write it down here, if you did not sleep for 20 hours, it's an equivalent of 0.8 blood alcohol concentration. Okay, and 27 hours is as an equivalent of 0.10 0.10% of blood alcohol concentration. Okay, which is much higher than the legal limit. I don't know, do you know the limit in Vietnam? When you are driving, if you are taking alcohol, it's not legal. Okay, and what is the maximum level of blood alcohol concentration in Vietnam?
Nồng độ cồn đấy ạ.
You don't know?
Nồng độ cồn mà mình bị phạt đấy ạ thì là bao nhiêu?
People are not drinking in Vietnam.
No, actually people said it was 0. So
zero.
Yeah, you basically drink and then you got fined. So
really?
Like
wow.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, it's getting tough. It's getting tough.
Okay. Yeah, because in France you may have a 0.04, sorry, 0.04 is a legal limit in France. Okay, and it depends from one country to another. Okay, have you seen that? You see here, the performance tend to improve at the end. Can someone explain that? You know, beyond 27, your performance tend to increase again. While these people, they did not sleep for the last 27 hours. So normally we should not have some improvement in performance. Can you explain why?
I think it's because of the awakening process. Yeah.
It's in fact it's due to the process C. You remember process C is 24 hours. Okay, so here you have process S. You stay very long time awake, and so sleep pressure increase, and so performance are dropping. But after 24 hours, your body clock, okay, will stimulate your body. And so this is why even after 27 hours, your body clock tends to stimulate your body. Okay, and even if you continue the sleep deprivation for 2 or 3 days, you will still see the effect of the body clock. So we see the interaction between process S and process C. Okay, so now a few other signs of fatigue. So we have a sign of fatigue both in our cognitive performance and our mood. So on cognitive performance, of course, we have a lack of concentration. You have some period of inattention. So sometimes you just, did not process the information. You are not able to even hear or see the information. You have a reduction in alertness level. You have slow reaction. Your short-term memory tend also to be very reduced. So our ability, you remember short-term memory, your ability to store information on the short term is impaired. You have a loss of critical analysis. It means that when someone is telling you something, you tend not really to challenge. You just, okay, you do not have any critical analysis. You are doing some interpretation errors. You may have sometimes some visual illusion. When you have a lot of sleep deprivation, you tend to have visual illusion, and you might be lost in time and space. Okay. You have also some effect on mood. You feel fatigue, when you feel fatigue, you feel exhausted, you feel a lack of energy. You might be in a depressed state, very sad. You feel you feel very sad, even if there is no reason of being sad, but sleep deprivation makes you sad. You might be very irritable, very grumpy, not really happy. You are losing interest in people and events. You don't really want to talk with people or to be involved in social interaction, and you just want to get sleep when you have a lot of sleep deprivation. Okay, so in the real world, in aviation, it may produce some accident, as we have seen in the introduction yesterday morning, but sometimes some quite serious incident. This was the case here, and it has been reported by the media in the US. So it was a flight operated by Go Airline. So Go Airline is a small airline in the Hawaii Island in the US. And so the crew was supposed to land in Honolulu. Okay, it was their final destination. And the air traffic controller gave the clearance to the crew, but no one answered from the flight deck. And so he tried again to contact the flight deck, but no one was answering. And finally, it took 18 minutes. You see here in the paper, 18 minutes before having an answer from the pilot. So it took 18 minutes for the pilots to wake up, and finally they went back. Okay, and they landed in Honolulu. They had no more fuel in the tank. It was really a very critical situation. And so the investigation found that both pilots fall asleep. And so no one was able to answer before 18 minutes, so which is a very, very long time. And so it's typical of what happened in the US sometimes is that in the US, pilots are not allowed to sleep in the cockpit. I don't know in Vietnam, I guess you have a kind of napping policy, right? Are you allowed to sleep in the flight deck? Well,
Yes, we have small nap for a long flight in the flight deck.
Okay, for how long are you allowed to sleep?
No more than 30 minutes.
Yeah, no more than 30 minutes. Okay, and you see in the US it's forbidden. And so if it's forbidden, you know, when you are very tired, I mean, at some point you will fall asleep because it's just impossible. You remember the process as your sleep pressure will be so high that it will just be impossible to inhibit sleep. And do you know why it's not allowed to sleep more than 30 minutes? Do you know why? Any idea? No? So it's because of sleep inertia. Remember sleep inertia? Process W, when you just wake up. And we know that if you spend more than 30 minutes sleeping, you will go in deep sleep. And deep sleep will produce a lot of sleep inertia. So this is why in most airlines, they limit napping to 30 minutes to avoid or to prevent having too much deep sleep and to prevent having too much sleep inertia. Okay, so now a short video. So I told you that during my PhD, so we did a lot of flights and we have recorded, you know, brain waves on pilots. So it was the case here. It was during a long haul flight coming back from New York to Paris. Okay, and you see the captain here, you see the co-pilot here, and you will see soon. So you can see here the wires. You see the small wires. So this is to measure the brainwave. So this is a real flight, you know, with passengers. It was a commercial flight with passengers on a A340, Airbus A340. And it's in the middle of the night at 2 in the morning. Of course, we are in the dark, but we use some infrared light so we can see, you know, on the video. And so you see the co-pilot, she's leaving the flight deck, and the captain, he will stay alone in the flight deck. And you will see maybe a few signs of what we call microsleep. So a microsleep means that your brain is sleeping for a few seconds. It may last for 2, 3, 4, up to 8 or 10 seconds, okay? And it means that at this time, you are just unable to process information. If something appears at this time, you are not able to process this information. So the co-pilot left the flight deck at 0206, and you will see in a few seconds some microsleep. So you see, you will have an increase of eyes blink, okay? And then you will have some slow eyes movement. And these slow eyes movement are typical of you see here, okay? Here again. So this is typical of microsleep, okay? And microsleep might be a big problem in terms of safety because, again, the pilot will not be able to react or the reaction time will be very slow, and maybe the decision making will not be always appropriate. So this is a typical sign of fatigue that may occur during the cruise, but it may also occur during the final phase of the flight. Okay, most people believe that it can only occur during the cruise when you are the workload is very low, when you are not talking with anyone, as for the pilot here. But we found, in fact, that microsleep may also occur during the final phase of the flight. Oh, I don't know what. Yes, you see here. So we were doing some long-range flights from Toulouse to San Francisco on the west coast of the US, and also from Toulouse to Singapore. And we measured the number of microsleep in the last 90 minutes of the flight. Why? Because you know that this is the most critical phase of the flight, especially the last 30 minutes. And normally you are not supposed to see microsleep. Why? Because people are very active. They tend, of course, to have a high workload. They are talking together. And so normally you are not supposed to see microsleep. But you see that during the outward flight, so when you are flying from Toulouse to Singapore or Toulouse to San Francisco, while you are starting your descent to the final destination, you see still microsleep. But the worst case is during the return flight. You see the number of microsleep. They are really, there is a lot of microsleep even in the last 30 minutes of the flight, showing that when you have a high sleep pressure, even if you are supposed to be active, if your workload is very high, you may have still a lot of microsleep. Okay, your brain will sleep for a short period. Okay, is that clear? Okay, so it may also happen on the road.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Yes. When we in the micro sleep, we still awake and we still recognize things around.
Good question. In fact, you are just in between. You know, you are between wake and sleep. And in this time, when you have microsleep, sometimes you may not see anything. You know, even if you have the eyes open, but your ability to process the information is lost. And so you are not able to recognize a signal, a warning. And so it might be quite serious in terms of safety, of course. And this is something that may happen during while you are driving. So you see here, this is a driver is it's maybe 2 p.m. Okay, and he just fall asleep. And look what happened. Okay, so it might be very serious accident, because when you are falling asleep, you tend to lose the control of the situation. And this is very clear for the driver. You know, he was not able to brake the car or to slow down the car. And so, you know, the collision was at a very high speed. And you see the consequences might be quite serious for the driver. So this is typical of fatigue-related accident, is that they tend to be more serious because people are losing the control of the situation. Yes. Well, is there a question or hello? No, because sometimes I have a big noise, but okay. Okay, so something which is, I told you about the chronic or cumulative sleep restriction. There is a very nice research where they try to see how performance was impaired when you are in a situation where you are losing a few minutes of sleep every day. Okay, so here they have some participants that came in the lab, and they have been allocated to 3 different groups. The green one has 8 hours of sleep. Okay, this yellow one has 6 hours of sleep. That means that they lost 2 hours of sleep, and this one was only sleeping 4 hours every night. Okay, and they did that for 14 days. Okay, so not only one day, but 14 days, 14 consecutive days. And they have to do every day a performance test. And what they found is that this is the vigilance lapses. For lapses is the number of errors. Okay, so the higher the curve, the lower the performance. And as you can see, on the group of 6 hours and 4 hours of sleep every day, you see that you have a cumulative effect. We call it a sleep depth. You see what is a debt like on your bank account. If you are spending more money than the money you are earning, you will have on your bank account some money debt. Here, this is a case also for sleep. You have a kind of sleep account, and if you are not sleeping enough, you will be in a negative situation or in a debt situation. But more interesting is the fact that when they ask people to rate their own fatigue or sleepiness, we do it with a small scale where you just have to put a cross depending on how much you feel sleepy. Okay, from 1 to 9 or 1 to 7. Okay, and then you have to measure how much you feel fatigue or sleepy, and you can see here that, and this is exactly the same participant on the same kind on the same experiment, and you see that they tend to be very aware that fatigue is increasing on the first days, on the first 2 or 3 days, you see, but after 3 days, you see it's very stable. That means that they tend to underestimate their sleepiness. They tend to feel better than they actually are, because you see that the performance tend to impaired a day after day. Okay, so this is one of the very important aspects that you need to understand, is that when you have been sleep deprived over several consecutive days, you tend to underestimate the effect of this sleep restriction on your performance. So be careful, because it might be quite dangerous. Okay, so if we just recap what we have seen, and then we are going to see after the fatigue management, how we can manage fatigue with a few examples. So if we just recap, of course, fatigue can kill, especially if you are not aware of it. And the problem is that sometimes we are not really aware of that, because we tend to overestimate our ability, or we tend to underestimate fatigue. We have also seen that we are programmed to sleep a certain amount in 24 hours. Okay, we are programmed to sleep every 24 hours for, for a quantity of around 8 hours. Most people need around 8 hours, but in fact, what we can see in the real world is that most people are sleeping less than the normal amount of sleep they need. And so that means that a lot of people, and probably, in the room here, we have a lot of people who have sleep deprivation, and we are accumulating a lot of sleep deprivation. We are programmed so to sleep at certain time of the day, night and early afternoon. How do we call this period where we are programmed to sleep? Can someone tell me? There is a specific name to name this period where we are supposed to sleep. Primary. Hello?
It is forbidden.
Forbidden is a period where you are not able to sleep. So on the contrary, the period where you are really programmed to sleep are called primary sleep gate. Okay, it's a sleep gate, and secondary sleep gate. So primary sleep gate is during the night, and secondary is during the early afternoon. Okay, and so what we are going to see now is that fatigue management should be considered globally, okay, from the organizational to the individual level. Okay, so do you know this model? Do you know this? This is a Swiss cheese model or reason model. I'm sure that some of you know already this model?
Không có
No?
nào biết cái mô hình này không ạ?
No one?
Ai đã được
No?
trải nghiệm
It's
mô hình
quite a famous model. You know what this model say is that to avoid an accident, normally you have some barriers in your system. Okay, so the barriers might be the training of people, might be the procedure, might be a warning. Okay, and so all these barriers normally should avoid accident. But what we know also sometimes is that you may have some failures in the barriers. Okay, and so if all the failures in the barriers are aligned, you know, it may produce some accident. So what we need to do is we need to address and we need to prevent the risk of a fatigue-related accident at all these different levels. Okay, so if we take the first barrier, which is regulation, so which is controlled by I don't know, the Vietnamese aviation authorities, you may have, you know, a kind of failures in your flight time limitations. And so you need to address this by improving your fatigue, your limitations, by integrating some scientific knowledge. At the airlines level, where they are supposed to provide roster, to build roster, okay, you may have also a failure. And so rostering should be done based also on science. This is what we do in fatigue risk management system. The design of aircraft, the equipment, should also be done based on scientific knowledge, okay? Otherwise, you may have a failure here. We know also that cooperation among the crew, among the team, is also a key aspect to prevent fatigue. And so we need also to improve training. You all know about CRM, crew resource management, or TRM for people working in the maintenance. So crew resource management or team resource management is also a key aspect to try to prevent the effect of fatigue. You will not suppress fatigue, of course, but you will help people to recognize fatigue, and you will help also them to improve the cooperation, which might be a very good way to prevent the consequences of fatigue. And of course, the pilot or the employee is also very much responsible for fatigue. You know, if you don't have a good life hygiene, if you are not sleeping enough because you want to celebrate every night, you will be very tired. And it has nothing to do with the rostering system, with your organization. It's really under your control, okay? And so you need to educate people. You need to give them some training to be sure that they will apply some good principles in terms of fatigue management, okay? And if you don't do that, your risk of having a fatigue-related incident or even accident is increased. So we need to address fatigue at all this level, not only at the individual level, but also at the organizational level and even at the design level. Okay, so it's quite an interesting model to think about how we can do fatigue management at a systemic level. So now what we are going to do is just a few, I will just give you a few examples of strategies that might be useful to prevent fatigue. And maybe the most famous strategy that is applied by pilot or air traffic controllers is napping. Okay, napping is something which has been shown to be very efficient. So nap is any sleep period with a duration of less than 50% of the average major sleep period of an individual. Okay, it means that if you need 8 hours of sleep, if you are sleeping more than 4 hours, it's not a nap. You know, if you are sleeping 5 hours, it will be considered as the main sleep. But if you are sleeping 3 hours, which is below 50% of your sleep period, it will be a nap period. So it may last a few minutes up to several hours. Okay, and the benefits, there is a lot of benefits which have been found. The first is that it reduces subjective and objective sleepiness. It also improves your cognitive functioning, so your performance will be increased. Your psychomotor performance, your ability, you know, to control or to provide responses will be improved, and it will also improve your short-term memory and mood. So napping, even a very short nap, is very efficient. And the alerting benefits, so you know, the positive effect, are comparable and sometimes higher than other kind of countermeasures like caffeine. You know that if you are taking caffeine in tea or in coffee, it will improve your performance. But what have been shown is that napping normally have better positive effect compared to caffeine or compared to some chemical drugs like modafinil. Okay, so napping is really a very efficient strategy. So we know also from the research that naps taken during the post-lunch sleep, you remember, in the early afternoon, have a greater recuperative value than naps taken in the early morning, in the late morning, or in the evening. So you should, as much as possible, use the early afternoon. You remember what's the name of the early afternoon? How do we call it? Secondary sleep gate.
Secondary, yes.
Yeah, secondary sleep gate. Okay, primary sleep gate is during the night, and the early afternoon is the secondary sleep gate. When you are taking a nap during the circadian nadir, nadir is a window of circadian law around 4 in the morning, it produces less recuperative value when compared to a naps taken during the day or in the early hours of the morning. Okay, so during a night shift, if you are sleeping at 4 in the morning, it will be not likely to be, it's very likely that it will not be a recuperative sleep. And naps taken after a long period of wakefulness, higher than 18 hours, are less effective and have shorter benefits than naps taken after a shorter period of wakefulness. Because at some point, you know, if you have been awake for too long, naps will not be enough to really recover fatigue. Okay, so now I think it's a good time to have a break and maybe a nap. I don't know, maybe some of you will be happy to take a nap, even if you are in the morning time for you. And so we will go back. I will show you more example and more results on napping. And I will give you some very practical advice about the length of napping, because sometimes we are it's quite difficult to say how long should I nap, and so I will give you some very practical advice on that. Okay, so let's take a 15 minutes break, and so we'll start again at 10:45, right?
Yes, 10:45.
10:45. Okay. Okay, see you in 15 minutes.
Okay, see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, sir.
If you are all in the same situation, but if you can't escape the situation, okay, as a team, you will be more likely to fight, okay, to have conflict in a team. So very often a conflict in a team is due to a lot of stress. And this is one of the consequences of stress, is to reduce the quality of the relationship in the team. Okay, so you see, stress is quite a complex phenomenon, and of course, what we try to do in general is to reduce the stressors. So the stressors are all the factors that surround us and that may produce at some point some adaptation, as we have seen earlier. In aviation, there was several research showing, so this slide was done for air traffic controllers, and they found that there were several professional stressors, like the demand. So the demand is how much, how complex is your job, what is your workload, the complexity of your job, etc. The operating procedures, sometimes, you know, your procedure are not really adapted to the situation, and it may produce some stress. The working time might be a stressful condition. The working tools, if your tools are not really well designed, or if they have a lot of failure, it will also produce stress. The work environment, like the lighting, the noise, the weather condition, the bad posture, the time pressures will be also a stressor. And these one are probably the most important one, and they are the most, you know, insidious one. This is about a working organization, like role ambiguity. You know what I mean by role ambiguity? You know, you have several things to do, but it's not very clear. Your role are not really clear. And this is a very strong condition for stress. The relation with supervisors and colleagues. Again, you can't fight or flight your colleagues or boss. Okay, so lack of control over the work process. I will show you a very good model that show you that the lack of control is a very strong stressor. The salary, you know, if you are receiving less money for the effort you are doing, is also something that may produce stress. And the public opinion is also something that may produce some level of stress. Of course, we are not equal. When we are faced to all these stressors, we are not equal. We are very different. From one individual to another, we have different sensitivity to stressor. Some of us are very sensitive, some others are less sensitive to this stressor. And it depends on stressor for each individual. So again, in psychology, stress is not the situation by itself, but more the physiological or physical or psychological reaction to a specific situation. And a stressor can be defined as a situation that requires adaptation, as we have seen earlier. Okay, so, but something, I don't know if you are very experienced in, I don't know, living with big animals, with, I don't know, with snakes. So maybe someone who is very familiar with snakes will have no stress reaction. I can tell you that I'm not familiar with snakes. I will be very stressed, you know, every time I will see a snake. So it depends on your experience of the situations. And it also depends on your personality. So, you know, in psychology, we study personality. There is a lot of personality traits, and this one is very correlated with stress. We call it type A and type B. Okay, so it describes different people depending on their personality. So type A are very competitiveness, very self-critical, you know, always trying to make better things, you know, working better and better. They feel impatient. They will always want to do more things. They cannot cope with leisure time. You know, they are always boring during their vacation or during the weekend. And they are obsessed by numbers. They want always to measure their success by I don't know, KPI. This is a very modern world now. And so people want to have some indicators to measure their performance. On the other way, type B, they never suffer from a sense of time urgency or impatience. They are just cool, very relaxed people. They feel no need to display or discuss their achievements. They just play for fun instead of showing to the others that they are very, very competitive and they can relax without guilt. Okay, which one will suffer? Will be more likely to suffer from stress? Can you guess? Type. Yes, type. Yeah, exactly. Type A is more likely, to have stress, a stress condition, and the negative consequences of stress. Okay. Do you recognize yourself in type A or type B? Don't be shy.
Is there another type?
Oh, yes. Yes, there is a type C, which is more or less intermediate. Okay. So you can be between type A or type B. Okay. But we know that in a lot of organizations, they prefer to select people from type A because they are very, very hard workers, people. And so a lot of organizations, they prefer type A than type B. But on the long term, it's probably not a good choice because these people are suffering more from stress. Okay, and they are more likely to have some cardiovascular disease. Okay, so you don't want to tell me if you are from type A or type B. I understood.
We say B, over.
Oh, B, you are just relaxed. Yes, very good. So this is a good news for you if you are from type B. So another personality trait is called locus of control. So what means locus of control? You may have an internal or external locus of control. If you have an internal locus of control, you believe that everything that happens, it depends from your own action. Okay, if you have, I don't know, some success in your job, you believe that this is due to what you did. You have been working hard to achieve this success. So you are much likely to take responsibility to your actions, because if you are failing something, you are also taking the responsibility for that. An external locus of control, on the contrary, they believe that events occur primarily from external factors. And they always tend to blame others. Oh, yeah, I failed here, but this is because of my colleague, or this is because of my boss. Okay, which one will suffer less from stress for you? Internal or external?
It's external.
Oh, you believe, yeah, exactly. External locus of control, they are more likely to have the negative consequences of stress. They tend to have more frequent feeling of hopeless, because they believe that everything may happen. They have not the control on that. Okay, and the control, if you feel that you don't have the control, is might be a condition for the negative consequences of stress. Okay, so do you see you as having more an internal or external locus of control?
Difficult question again, tricky.
Yeah, do you think that you are more an internal or more an external locus of control yourself?
Both.
Both. Okay.
They say sometimes internal and sometimes external.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, but in fact you are true, because I show you the extreme internal and external, but of course you have a questionnaire that tell you and maybe you might be intermediate, you might be a little bit in the middle, but some people are really extreme external and some others are extreme internal. So it's not a black and white. It might be, in the middle. Okay, so you are very, very shy. You don't want to answer me, okay? Okay, now another model of stress, which is quite famous, especially in the US. It was described in 1968 by Lazarus. He's a very famous scientist working on stress. And he told us that stress, in fact, is due to psychological appraisal. So appraisal is the word to say evaluation, assessment, okay? And he thinks that there is two kinds of appraisal, the primary appraisal and the secondary appraisal. So the primary appraisal is when you are faced with a situation, you will ask yourself, is this a threat or is this a challenge? This afternoon you will have a quiz, an exam, which will be graded, okay? And maybe for some of you, it will be a big threat because you did not understand a word of what I told you during the training. But, okay, and so it will be, in this case, a big threat. Or if you fail the exam, maybe it might be, I don't know, a challenge for you. So in this case, you have two situations. If you do not perceive any threat, you will have no stress. Okay, no threat because, yeah, it's not a threat. If I fail the exam, yeah, no problem. On the contrary, if you perceive a threat in the exam, you will have what we call the secondary appraisal. So the secondary appraisal is when you are asking yourself, what control do I have on the situation? So for example, can you tell me what control do you have on the exam at the end of the course? You have no control? Yes. Exactly, reviewing all the slides, working on trying to get more knowledge, be very attentive to the training will be the way to control things, okay? And so in this case, you will be coping with the situation. Coping, the word coping is to manage the situation. So you will perceive, you will have the feeling that you are coping with the situation. And in this case, you will be very much stimulated. You will be very happy to do the exam. I'm not sure you will be happy to do the exam. We'll see, but you will be quite motivated to do the exam. And I'm sure you will be all very stimulated to do the exam. On the contrary, if you feel that you have no control because you did not really understood what was about the training, or you feel quite difficult to understand, and you feel that you don't have really the knowledge, you will have no coping, and here stress will occur. The reaction will occur. You will be in a situation that may produce some bad consequences. And of course, you will have always some kind of re-evaluation. You see, it's a very dynamic process. It means that even your own reaction will also change the situation, okay? Because you are not just passive when you are exposed to the situation, but you may also change the situation. Okay, so this is a good way to describe stress with the coping process, and that tells us that depending on the way we are evaluating situation and the way we are evaluating the control we have the situation may change very much our stress reactions. Okay, so we may have a good balance, a positive coping, okay, when we believe that we have enough resources to cope with the situation. And of course, if you are very well trained, if you are familiar with the situation, if you anticipate enough the situation, if you are very motivated, you will be in a positive balance between the demands, which are, what you are supposed to do, and the resources, which are what you have, your skills, your ability to do a certain task or to manage a specific situation. On the contrary, you may have a negative balance between the demands and the resources. And this will produce some negative consequences of stress. And this is the case if you are not familiar, if you are not trained, if you are very surprised, if you are very tired also, it will produce more stress. And if you have a lack of anticipation, in this case, you will be more, you'll have more, you'll be more likely to have a negative effect of stress. So there is a lot of research done on coping strategies because we all use coping strategies, okay? These coping strategies might be focused on the problem by itself. Like, I don't know, you have the exam at the end, seeking some social support, discussing problem with others is a way to be focused on the problem. Taking the control, evaluating the pros and cons, evaluating the advantages and drawbacks, suppressing competing activities, all the social media, all the things that may produce a lot of distraction, you try to suppress to be really focusing on the problem. On using some anticipation strategy is also a way to focus on the problem. But sometimes, or some people only use emotion focus and denial, denying things. Okay, I have the exam, I don't know anything about human factors, but okay, I will do it. Okay, this is a way to deny. Okay, you don't want to see the problem. Distancing, I'm taking some distance with the problem. Reappraisal, which could be, they are not good or bad strategies. Sometimes they're adapted or sometimes they are not adapted depending on the situation. You may reappraise or reevaluate the situation, trying to take another perspective, another look at the situation. Or you may, arousal reduction means that you will, I don't know, take some drugs to reduce your emotion. You may use, I don't know, alcohol, which is not a good strategy, of course, but it will reduce your emotion. Okay, so you have problem focus and emotion focus. What have been shown in some papers is that males, men tend to use more problem focus coping strategies, and women use more emotion focused strategy. Okay, so there is some gender differences on the way people are using these strategies. Okay, and now the two last models, and then we are going to break for the lunch. This one is very used in occupational psychology. We use it when we are going to do some, how do you call it, some audit in a stress audit in companies. We use this model because it's a very predictive model of stress. This model tells us that we have two main factors to consider. The demands, okay, so the demand is the level of complexity of your job. The control is how much control you have, how much you can decide yourself on your job. You can, I don't know, control your hours of work. If you can come at any time during the day at your office, it means that you have a lot of control. You can also control with which colleague you will work with, okay? This means that you have a lot of control. So now if we combine these two factors, you may have four different jobs. This one, low demands and low control, okay? Can you tell me what kind of job it will describe? People who have low control and low demands.
Work at home.
Work at home. It might be, but what kind of, jobs? Because working at home does not really describe a job. It more describe a situation. But in your company, you have different people working at different levels. And what kind of job will be described by a low control and a low demand?
Okay, CEO, right?
CEO. I don't think so. No, the CEO will be rather here.
No one can control him, and he can demand by himself. So that means a low demand and low control.
No, I guess CEO has more a very high demands because they have a lot of things to do. Of course, your CEO, I guess, he has a lot of decision to make, but he has a lot of control. Okay, but low control and low demand will be, I don't know, someone working at the washing the rooms, the people who are washing the rooms, the training rooms here in Vietnam Airlines. These people have low demand. What they are doing is not really complex. It's not too difficult. They are not using a lot of resources, and they have a low control. They have to work from, I don't know, 8 to 4, and they have to use, I don't know, exactly the same amount of product every day. And what they are doing is always the same every day. Okay, so these people have low control and low demand, and the model tells us that you are in a neutral situation, not very healthy, not very dangerous. You are, okay, you have you don't have really a stress due to this working condition. Now, if we take the CEO, as you said, okay, normally CEO have high demands and high control. They can decide a lot of things. They can control, their hours of work. They can control the kind of activities they will do, or they will prioritize things during a day. And the model told us that these people are more in a healthy work condition because they have a lot of control. Okay, even if they have a lot of things to do, they will be in a healthy work because they have high control. Now, if you are in a situation where you have low demand and high control, can you tell me what kind of job? This is a perfect job, You have low demand, not too much things to do, no responsibility, and you have a lot of control. I'm sure you don't know anyone who is in this situation.
Just stay at home, kind of,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe staying at home, earning a lot of money because, I don't know, you buy a lot of houses and you are just living from your, from your investment. Okay, you have not too much demands and you have a lot of control. Or artists, people who are, painting and living from their painting, they might be in this situation. And in this case, they will be in a healthy work situation. And now the worst case is when you have a high demands, you have a lot of decision to make, you have a complex job, but you have a low control. You can't really decide how you will do your job, what is your hours of work, your colleagues, and so on. And so can you tell me what kind of job we'll find here?
So mid-level management.
Exactly, yeah, mid-level management, exactly. Mid-level management, they are exactly in this situation. And as you can see, they are in a dangerous work situation. This is the people in the organization who are more likely to have negative stress condition, because what have been shown by this author is that these people here are more likely to have cardiovascular disease, depression, anxiety, or digestive problem due to stress. So can you tell me in which square you are? How do you feel you are in this model? Are you here?
No, I'm healthy work at home, but in the office is dangerous work.
Okay, so you should stay at home. we know that some people, you know, they are suffering from working at home because sometimes they are losing the control. Because when you are at home, you know, you don't have so much information, or you are losing some information. And there was some nice research showing that working at home, especially during the pandemic time, you know, during the lockdown, produce a lot of stress because people lost the control sometimes. Okay, and the last thing you see, you have also another factor, which is the social support. You know, social support is how much your friends, your colleagues, your boss, your family can help you. And if you have a strong social support, you will be, you know, always here in the healthy work condition. And if you are in a dangerous work situation, strong social support will make you living the dangerous situation, the dangerous work situation. Okay, so social support is also very important. But if you have a weak social support, you will live, if you are normally in the healthy work situation, you will live this healthy work situation. And if you are in the dangerous work situation, it will be even more dangerous to have a weak social support. So here, okay, let's think, if you want to reduce stress, what can you do if you use the model? What can you try to improve in the working condition of people? No answer, no lunch.
Các anh chị phát biểu đi ạ. Ông thầy sẽ chỉ còn 2 phút nữa là đến giờ nghỉ trưa rồi ạ. Thầy hỏi là để mà giảm thiểu những cái stress ý, thì các anh chị dựa theo cái mô hình này thì anh chị sẽ làm những cái bước như thế nào để mình cân bằng lại được cái cán cân? Mình sẽ đặt mình ở vị trí nào và làm những cái bước như nào?
Yeah, we tried to move the position to the, for example, dangerous work to the healthy work. That means high control, low demand, or and strong support. So that is, if we can find out a way to do like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, what we have seen from my, personal experience in working with several companies is that it's much easier to increase the control. Sometimes it's very difficult to reduce the demand because the demand is your job by itself. So sometimes it's difficult to change your job by itself. But if you increase the control by doing, giving more information to people, improving the communication, giving people more freedom to make their own decision, you will live from the dangerous work situation. So this is the first thing you can do. You can improve the control. And what you can do also is to increase the social support. So you can try to create a more, team spirit. You can try, the management can try to support more the employees. Okay. And this will be also a positive effect on stress reduction. Okay. So increasing the control or improving the support are the more, the factors that you have the more likely to move and then to improve the working situation. Okay, so what about you? You told me that you are perfectly healthy situation, no? Yes, you confirm?
Tình huống của anh chị thì sao ạ? Dựa trên cái mô hình đấy thì mình đang thấy như nào ạ? Cái mối tương quan của demand và control.
Okay.
I think we should balance between demand and control to keep our life balance.
Sorry, it's too.
So she said that
Yes.
what she did is she tried to balance the demand and control. Also,
Yes.
with the help of the support from the colleague.
Okay.
So to keep the work balance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And of course, it should come normally from the management. Yeah, the management has a very important role to, try to improve the the work environment of people. And the last thing is, and then we'll break for the lunch, is another model that tells us that stress may come from an imbalance. You see the balance between reward and effort. When you are working, you get some reward. The reward is your salary. Every month you are paid. I hope you are still paid, you know, every month for the job you are doing. But this is not only, we can't reduce reward to the salary. Esteem, you see what I mean by esteem? How much your boss or your colleagues will tell you, wow, you did a very good job. You know, this is how much you have been acknowledged in your job. And the promotion and security is also a part of the reward, okay? And on the other way, efforts are everything which is associated with the demand, with the obligation you have in your job. And as you can see, you may have external effort or external reward, and you have also internal motivation. Motivation is also a reward. If I love to do what I'm doing, if I love my job, it will not be associated with my salary. I will just do, you know, the things because I love to do it. And also for the effort, it can be internal. And this is what we call overcommitment. You know, overcommitment means that people are doing more effort, not only because they are obliged to do it, but because they want to do it. They are willing to do it. And so the model shows that if you feel that you are doing more effort for the reward you are receiving, you are more likely to have stress. And this is also a very predictive model showing that we need to keep this balance as much as possible between the effort and the reward. So we need also to give reward to people, or we need sometimes to reduce the effort. But as for sure, we need to keep this, you know, this balance as much as possible to reduce stress. Okay, and of course we can't always increase the salary, especially during this very bad time, you know, in the very bad after the during the pandemic. But sometimes we can increase, you know, the way we are giving feedback on people for people, the way we are giving some promotion to people, or the way we secure their working condition, which will be also very important reward for people. Okay. This is all clear?
Yes.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to break for the lunch now. So it's 12:05. So we go back at 1:30. 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay, at 1:30. Okay, so enjoy your lunch.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Have a good
Thank you
breakfast.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice
See you.
breakfast. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. So now it will be the very last part of the training. We are going to talk about some aspects which are also very important in human factors. We call it psychosocial factors. Do you know what is psychosocial? Psychosocial, what does it mean? Or what is the scope of psychosocial factors?
Psychosocial là gì ạ?
Yeah.
Psychosocial is combination of two words, psychology and social.
It relates to what?
Psychology and social.
Yeah. Psychosocial means that you are studying the behavior of people when they are living together, you know, in teams, in small groups. Okay, so psychosocial factors is a study of understanding individual behavior in a social context. Okay, in most cases, we always interact with other people, especially in the professional world. You know, we never work totally alone. We are always interacting with people. We have some communication, and so this is the scope of social psychology. So it deals with the factors that lead us to behave in a given way in the presence of others. and look at the condition under which certain behavior and actions and feeling occur. It means that all our behavior might be changed by the fact that we are with someone, okay, or we are with several people, and this will change our behavior, but sometimes also our feeling. And so there is a lot of topics which are examined in social psychology, like social cognition, how we are perceiving or processing information in a social context, social influence. So I will show you some example of that. We are influenced by other people, attitude, and stereotype. You know, stereotype when you believe, I don't know, that French are very romantic people. This is a stereotype. No, of course, we are very romantic, yes. No, but you see what I mean? A stereotype, we tend to overgeneralize a feature, something, to a group of people. Okay, so just to give you, I will just give you 2 or 3 examples on psychosocial factors. The first one is probably one of the most famous. Milgram was a psychologist working in the 60s on obedience to authority. You know, he wanted to understand why sometimes people were able to obey to some authority, even if the orders are against their own values. And especially the case he was really concerned is try to understand why in the Second World War, some German, you know, some young German soldiers were able to kill a lot of people. So just to obey some orders, even if they were not exactly adhering to the, it was not adhering to their value. So in this study, I will show you the video. It's a short video. It's a very old video because the study was done in 1963. So the procedure was, there was a participant who was the teacher, was paired with another person, with a learner, who is in fact a colleague of Milgram, but the teacher did not know that it was a colleague of Milgram. You know, he was an accomplice in the experiment, and so the learner was supposed to behave in a certain way. Okay, and so the situation that you will see on the video is very easy. You have the learner who is seated on a seat, and the teacher is asking question, like in a quiz. He is asking question, and every time the learner is giving a wrong response, the teacher is asked to send electrical shock to the learner. Okay, and the teacher know from the beginning that at some point the electrical intensity might be not even painful, but might kill the learner. Okay, and so what they study in the Milgram experiment is how far people are able to go when they know that they can send an electrical shock that might kill someone. Okay, so it's a very skillful situation. Okay, so I show you the video.
A decade earlier, psychologist Stanley Milgram had also looked at how we respond to authority. In order to understand how people were induced to obey unjust regimes and participate in atrocities such as the Holocaust, he set up an experiment. Volunteers were told they were taking part in scientific research to improve memory. You open those and tell me what you do is which, please. Separated by a screen, the teacher would ask the learner questions in a word game and administer an electric shock when the answer was incorrect. He was told to increase the voltage with each wrong answer. Horse, rock, house. Answer. Wrong. 150 volts. Answer, horse. Experiment, that's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. Continue, please. Go right on. All right. I refuse to go on. Let me out. He refuses to go on. The experiment requires you continue, teacher. Please continue. Participants shocked, harmless.
You're gonna get a shock, 180 volts. I'm not gonna kill that man. I mean, who's gonna take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman? I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue first. Next one, slow. Walk, dance, truck, music.
2/3 of volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so by what they perceived as a legitimate authority figure. In this case, a man in a white coat.
375 volts. I think something's happened to that fellow there. Don't get no answer. He was hollering for less voltage. Can't you check in and see if he's all right, please?
Milgram's findings horrified America. They showed that decent American citizens were as capable of committing acts against their conscience as the Germans had been under the Nazis.
Okay, so you see, it's quite a very careful situation, because they demonstrate that 2/3 of the participant was, I mean, and there is no really things that could predict the behavior of people, but 2/3 of these participants were ready to send a fatal voltage, a fatal level of electrical shock that may kill the learner. Okay, so it shows that in some situation we tend to be very to follow the leader, to follow the boss. Okay, I mean, sometimes it can be, of course, very good just to comply with the order, but sometimes we may, even do something which is against what we think would be very important. You probably heard about the Tenerife accident, which is a very well-known accident when we are talking about CRM, human factors. And so in this specific accident, you remember that there was a captain, there was a first officer. The captain has decided to cross the runway while they heard that there was another aircraft coming, and the first officer was not able, really to convince the captain to make another decision. Okay, so you see, the problem of authority might be a problem in terms of safety. Another experiment is about the conformity. Conformity means that sometimes when we are working together, we tend to follow the others. We tend to imitate the behavior of others, because we prefer in a group not to be really isolated from the group. And so we tend to follow the same behavior. So here you will see in this study, it's also a study. It's quite funny because, it looks like very strange to see people changing their behavior. They put people into an elevator. And in the elevator, you have some people who are working for the study. Okay, so they are not naive people. And so these people are asked to change their behavior, okay, in the elevator, and then you will see the result for the people who are entering into the elevator.
The gentleman in the elevator now is the candid star. These folks who are entering, the man with the white shirt, the lady with the trench coat, and subsequently one other member of our staff will face the ring. And you'll see how this man in the trench tries to maintain his individuality. By little, watch, but he's really excused for turning just a little bit more. Try it once again. Here's the candid subject. Here comes the candid count staff, 3 of them at least. And this man has apparently been Here's a fella with his hat on in the elevator. First, he makes a full turn to the rear, and Charlie closes the door. A moment later, we'll open the door. Everybody's changed positions. Now we'll see if we can use group pressure for some good. In a moment, signal everybody turns forward. Procedure, watch.
Okay, so you see, we call it also group pressure. So group pressure means that when you are in a group, you tend to follow the group's behavior, and you tend to blend into the group behavior rather than having your own behavior. So it may also affect safety in some cases, because sometimes you are more following people than making your own decision. In social psychology, we also study social cognition. So what does it mean? It means that sometimes when we are making a decision, when we are perceiving something, we tend to perceive this information also in compliance with the group. So here you have 8 participants and only 1 naive subject. So naive subject means that he is not aware that he is participating to a social psychology experiment, and so he is just here to do a study to see how much people are able to perceive the difference between lines. And so they are asked to compare the lines in a vision test. Okay, so he just believes that he is in a vision test. So you see the line here. And so what he has to say is what is the closest, what is the same size, or the closest size from A, B, or C. Okay, and so the 7 confederates, so meaning that the 7 other participants who are working for the laboratory, for the university, agreed before the experiment to give the wrong answer in 12 trials. So there was different trials, and so in 12 of these trials, they are giving wrong answer. And the result shows that 32, so again, 1/3 of participants conform with the incorrect responses. So they prefer to give an incorrect responses to follow the group. And sometimes, it's really obvious. Here you see that sometimes they say, okay, the line A is the closest, as the closest size from this reference line. Okay, and so people, they prefer to follow the group. So there is 2 mechanisms: the normative influence, people prefer to fit in with the group, okay, and the informational influence, they believe the group is better informed than they are. Okay, when you have a group, and if a majority of people are saying something, you tend to believe that this is probably the truth. And so it will change your decision, and even you will make a decision which is not, which is contrary to what you are really feeling. Okay, so this has also influences on safety, because sometimes you will not make decision, you will make a decision because the majority has taken this decision. So there is several factors that may affect the conformity. The first one is what increase conformity is the size of the group. The bigger the group, the higher the group conformity. The higher you will tend to follow the group, because the more you see people saying the same thing, the more you believe that it's probably true. The task difficulty, if the task is very difficult, if there is not too much differences between the lines, it will be more, you will be more in the conformity. And the status of the majority group. What I mean by status, meaning that if you believe that the group is very expert, if you believe that they are, I don't know, very smart people, you will follow them more easily than if you feel that these people are not really expert or not smart. And what decreased conformity, social support. If one person gave a different answer, then the conformity drop. Okay, you will maybe challenge the decision of the majority group. And answering in private, if you are, if we give you the choice to answer in private, not in front of all the other people, you will have also less conformity. Okay, and then last things on social psychology, the attribution theory, which is also interesting in terms of human factors. When we explain the behavior of others, we look for enduring internal attribution. What I mean here, I mean that if you want to explain why your colleagues are doing errors, you know, if they did some errors, you will more attribute the errors to their personality. This is what we call the fundamental attribution error. Okay, you believe that these people are doing errors because they are, you know, like this, because their personality, because their skills explain why they are doing errors. When you try to explain your own behavior, why you made an error, for example, we tend to make external attribution. Okay, I did the error because of the situation, because of the environment, because I did not get the right information. Okay, so this is also in psychosocial psychology. And so this is also interesting when we are doing safety investigation, because we know that people tend to see their own errors as attributed to external factors. And so it may change the way they are perceiving their environment. Okay, and now let's move to the very last part. We are going to talk now about human errors and violation. Okay, human errors and violation. So yes, maybe we have maybe a little bit of time to see the movie. So this movie is about the British Midland accident. I don't know if you heard about this accident. It's quite a famous accident. I will not show you all the movie because it's a little bit long. Sometimes also the sound is not so good, but I will give you just a few extracts of the movie because it's a very good movie to see how much errors might be attributed also to the design of system. Okay, so let's see the movie, and maybe I will jump some parts because it's quite a long movie. Yes, okay, I jump this part.
The men, and how much to the machines? The shuttle run to Belfast usually needs little more than a safe pair of hands.
Okay, I just move a little bit more. Okay.
The plane was climbing to its cruising altitude through 28,000 feet.
Fire coming through. Which one is it though? It's the right one. Okay. From the back. Will I give a call then? Yep. London, it's the Midland 92. We have an emergency situation at the moment. It's looking like an engine fire. We're attempting to close the engine down. We'll keep you advised. We're level 300. Shut it. Okay.
It was an emergency, but there was no panic. The aircraft was designed to fly on one engine.
Okay, APU engines. Seems to be running all right now. Let's just see if it comes in. Midland 92, for your information. That's 30 miles east of Castle Donington, I think. I'll just check if we can get out. I will take it by the looks of things to Castle Donington. Can you stand by that one, please? Engine failure.
Calmly, they began the shutdown drill.
Seems to have stabilized. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing to worry about. Could you fasten your safety belts for the moment? Thank you.
It's 10 or 12 minutes after we'd taken off. We were climbing quite steeply, and all of a sudden there was a loud banging, clanging noise coming from the outside of the aircraft, sort of shuddering. And I realized that something was wrong with the aircraft.
So I jumped. Yeah.
Got thrust closed.
For the next 20 minutes, the plane flew normally to East Midlands Airport, its new destination. But the pilots had closed down the wrong engine, the perfectly healthy right-hand one.
Are you happy enough for the diversion to East Midlands? Yep. London to Midland 92, we are now diverting to East Midlands. We have 117 souls plus one, and the crew complement is +8 on that. You can start a right-hand turn. We're about 5 miles northwest of East Midlands at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Hunt. Sorry I didn't get back to you a few minutes ago. Having a little bit of a problem with our right-hand engine. It's produced some smoke into the cabin. Close the engine down. That in itself is no problem at all.
From most of the passengers' point of view, certainly where Noel and I were sitting, it was clear it was the left-hand engine. And we just presumed what was our left and right from passengers. It never crosses your mind to think that, somebody should go and hammer on the door and say, hang on down, it's the other side valve.
I do hope you're all feeling a little bit better about it now.
So yeah, just stop because I want to be sure that it's clear. So you see there was a fire engine, okay, and normally the procedure is in this case to stop the engine where the fires are started, and in this case they have closed down the engine where there was no fire. Okay, so they stopped down the engine which was perfectly working. Okay, so you have one engine with a fire, you have the other engine that was working perfectly, and they stopped down the correct engine. Okay, not the one which has the fire. So this is a human error. Okay.
No problem here at all. Thank you.
As they nursed the craft back to East Midlands, the priority now was to recompute the new bearing on the automatic navigation system.
The ILS, she's not taking the ILS.
East Midlands weather, when you're ready.
Go ahead.
50 degrees.
1018 Midland 92. Doesn't seem to want to take the selections, Kevin. Go back to the initial approach, that one index. It should give me the thing whenever we go for the alternative. Yeah. It's pulling up the
There was no apparent need to review their actions. All seemed well. When they tried, there were frequent interruptions from the ground.
Now, what indications did we actually get? Just rapid vibrations on the aeroplane and smoke. Smoke. Smoke coming into the cockpit.
Midland 92, continue that 150 in East Midlands.
150 Midland 92.
15 minutes into the emergency, the crew were confidently on course for a single engine landing. They'd seen nothing to warn them that they were flying on the wrong one.
Midland 92, 4 miles from touchdown, wind check 240, 15 knots. Midland 92 and we're virtual.
Roger.
Okay, you got 151. Thanks, mate. That's set. Checks are complete. Don't have your rudder zeroed. Are you happy enough? Yes, please. Wouldn't mind. Oh, the blue flashing lights turning out. Yeah.
This is Tower. Which engine is shut down, please?
We shut down number 2 engine. That's the right-hand engine. Let's confirm. Jesus, we're having trouble with our second engine now as well. Come on! Highlighting the other one up. There's nothing else to do, mate. Probably that far. We've got problems with both engines. We got both engines now giving us trouble.
Yes, that's
Number one. Yeah. No, shut it. No, there's no keeping it. Try and stretch her, Kevin. Try stretching this body. We're going to want to shoot. Roger, understood. She's not going. Try opening the other one up. She's not going, Kev. Try the clear in the right there. Try from the clear area. Prepare for crash landing. Prepare for crash landing.
It was like a fairground ride, and you could almost feel the ground coming up to meet the aircraft. You just knew this is going to be very, very bad.
The ground was totally silent. No noise was.
Okay, I jump a little bit further. I'm sorry, I have a problem with the video.
Maybe you can explain to us.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's block everything. Yes. Okay, so here we don't have the time to go to see all the video, but it's a quite interesting example of human error. You know, it's a crazy error, we can say, from when we saw the video and when we try to explain what happened. It looks like very crazy to do such an error. You know, to stop down the correct engine while you have the engine which has the fire, and that you leave this engine. And so in the investigation, they found out that in fact it was due to the difficulties for the crew. So there was a lot of workload. You see, there was a lot of interruptions. So the crew was not able really to review the result of their action, and also the fact that the design of the aircraft, it was a new aircraft. You know, it was a new 737, a new Boeing 737, and the crew used to fly on the previous version of the Boeing 737. And what has been found into the investigation was that the training to go from the old aircraft to the new aircraft was very short, something like only 1 day, very short. And so the interface, you know, the information that comes from the flight deck was very different from the previous version of the Boeing, and especially on the engine. You know, all the indicators on the engine status was extremely small and very difficult to find, you know, that you have a problem with the engine. And so there was also other kind of explanation. Okay, this was one part of the explanation, but you see, at some point, the pilot did not detect the errors, and so finally, the aircraft crashed, killing a lot of people, unfortunately, during this accident. Okay, so what we can say, so both pilots were really experts, you know, they were really experienced pilots. So I'm sorry, the video blocked everything. So maybe I have to, whoa. My computer is too tired. Wow. Oh, everything is blocked.
So your computer is frozen?
Yeah, it's frozen, yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah, but let me restart the PowerPoint, but it's really, really frozen.
okay. We'll try to stop your sharing and then oh, here. You cannot go to the next slide.
That's very bad. Oh. I can't do anything.
Okay. We can share our screen. And we can share our screen. So, oh, here.
No, maybe.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay. It works now.
Okay, great.
Okay, good. Okay, I will share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Full screen.
Full screen, yes.
Okay, perfect. So you see, even best expert can fail. You see this funny picture. This poor animal, you know, is probably an expert in cutting trees, but sometimes you might be an expert and do errors. And can you tell me why an expert can do errors? And sometimes even experts are doing more errors than people who are not experts. Why?
Tại sao thì các chuyên gia thì thường là mắc những cái lỗi nhiều hơn là những cái bạn mà thật sự mới vào đấy. Không biết là mọi người có thể giải thích trong cái trường hợp đấy không ạ?
Because they can do like their habits.
Yeah,
Focus
habits.
on not focus by the one who just start.
Yeah, they are using a lot of habits. You know, they feel confident in what they are doing because they used to do it very frequently, and so sometimes they are even overconfident on what they are doing. Okay, so it may lead to errors, even again if you are expert. So in human factors, we make a difference between errors and violation. Okay, an error, I'm doing an error when my intention is not adapted to the situation. Okay, I want to do something, but what I'm willing to do is not adapted to the situation. Or my action is not adapted to my intention. I'm going to the coffee machine, I want a tea, but I press the coffee button. Okay, so I will get a tea instead of I will get a coffee instead of a tea, and so my action was not adapted to my intention. It was about the execution of the action. So by definition, there is no intention in error. We are not doing errors by intention. And that means also that we can't decide to not committing errors. That's difficult to say, okay, I will not do errors today, because it's something which is not done by purpose. So just to give you a very simple example, and it happened to me in Paris, I was driving my car, I have the sun in the eyes, and I ran the red light, okay? I passed the red light, and I did not see the red light because of the sun going in my eyes, okay? Unfortunately, there was a policeman, and so the policeman, so the policeman stopped me. I tried to explain to the policeman that I did an error, but okay, I was fine because, you know, the policeman fined me because he believed that I did a mistake. No violation. I'm doing a violation when I'm not complying with a rule, a procedure, or a standard. Okay, so here, this is very different because I'm doing it by purpose. I know that I'm not complying with the rule. When I'm doing an error, I'm not knowing, I'm not really aware that I'm not complying with a rule. So violation is a voluntary act done by purpose. And the most frequent reason, and you will be maybe surprised of that, is to do the job. You know, a lot of people, when they are doing their job, they are doing violation because they can't really choose to comply with the rules. The most frequent example is when people, I don't know, are not using their gloves. You know, they have to use protective gloves, and they are not using the gloves. Why sometimes they do not use their protective gloves? Can you guess why? Or it can be their glasses, you know, their protective glasses. Why some people sometimes they choose not to use their protection, their individual protection?
Tại sao thì có một số những trường hợp là người lao động không sử dụng cái đồ bảo hộ?
Maybe they would like to be comfortable or convenient.
Yeah, sometimes it's not convenient, and sometimes even it's make difficult to do your job with the gloves or with glasses. Okay, and so they will do a violation, but the violation is done, you know, to make them more comfortable or to make them able to do their job. And sometimes even we are doing violation because we want to save our life. And this happened to me, and maybe it happens to everyone in the room. I was driving my car in Paris, and I saw a high-speed car coming behind me. Okay, and but there was a red light, and I decided to run the red light. So it's a violation because I did it by purpose, but I did it. Why I did it? Can you tell me why I run the red light? Yeah, to save my life, because you know I was not totally sure that the car will be able to stop, and just to avoid the collision, I ran the red light. Unfortunately, there was a policeman also again, and the policeman. I tried to explain to the policeman that of course I did a violation, but this violation probably saved my life. But yeah, he did. He fined me again because you know. From his perspective, it was a mistake, not really a violation or error. He was not going through these details. And for him, he was just looking at the fact that the rule was not, I did not comply with the rule. So you see, it's a little bit more complex when we try to explain the behaviors of people. Sometimes, you know, we need to understand the context, why they are doing that. Like here, you see the problem here? Is it a safe situation? No. Yeah, we can't believe it's a safe situation. And of course, the first thing that we will probably say, you remember the attribution theory, we tend to say that these people are mad, okay? Or they are taking a lot of risks because these people are, I don't know, they are negligent people, or mad people, and so on. But maybe they are just running out of time. We don't know. Maybe there is a lot of pressure coming from the management, and so they are running out of time and they need to find a solution. Or maybe there is a system failure. Not maybe there is I don't know, an elevator, and the elevator is not working, and also because they have time pressure, they have to do it. So probably they are doing that because of the willingness to do the job, you know, because they want to do the job. Of course, they are taking some risk for sure, okay, but their willingness is really to do the job. So all this violation, you know, so this is a very famous model that tells us that normally, you know, when we design a system, we try to protect the system with rules and procedures. So you see, all this line reflect the rules and the procedures. And I know that in Vietnam Airlines or in Vico, you have a lot of rules and procedures. And normally you think that people are behaving inside the rules and procedures. But the problem is that you see, you have a lot of pressure coming from individual pressure, technological pressure. You know, we have always to be to go farther, faster, longer. You have a lot of organizational pressure coming from the management. They try to improve the performance, obligation to achieve, and so this pressure make this, you know, borders. You have a kind of shift of the border because people have to do routine violation. So they do not comply every day with the rules just to cope with all this pressure. Okay, and so the problem is that very often the management is not really aware of that. They just believe that we are here, that people are always complying with the procedure, and they are very, very happy of that. But in fact, you know, sometimes your system has started to shift because of all the routine violation. And the risk, of course, is to be shifted to a level that may produce accident. And so what we say in human factors that you need to investigate the real situation. You know, you can't just see if people, and you can't just ask to people if they are complying with the procedure or with the rule. You need to go on the field and see how much people are doing routine violation. If they are doing routine violation, the idea is not to blame them. Okay, we'll talk about safety culture at the end. The idea is not to blame them because very often they are just doing routine violation to be able to cope with all the pressure coming from the organization or from the technology or sometimes from themselves. Okay, so errors is human and we all do errors. That's just impossible not to do errors. And something that we are not really aware is that we are doing errors because we are smart. You know, humans are smart, and this is why we are doing errors. So there is, of course, the negative point is that everybody do errors, and sometimes errors may produce accident, but we need to do errors to adjust our performance. We need errors to learn information, to learn to do something. You know, if you have children when they are learning to ride a bicycle, what are they doing at the very beginning? What happened when they are learning to do bicycle, to ride a bicycle? Is everything working well?
Khi mà trẻ tập xe đạp ấy, thì là các bé thường có cái mắc cái gì ạ? Có lỗi đúng không ạ?
When you first ride a bicycle, what happened? When you learn something, yeah, you fall down. Okay, you are doing errors and you are falling down. But we need to do these errors. If we don't do these errors, we can't really learn something. We need errors, then we are looking to our errors, and then we adjust our performance. And this is how we are progressing. We call it trial and errors. We are trying something, we are doing errors, and then we are trying another thing, and this is how we are learning. So you see, there is this is quite a challenging thing because we need to do errors to adjust our performance and to learn. But the problem is that sometimes errors may produce accident. And this is probably one of the biggest progress in human factors is to recognize that we can't suppress human error. And even if we want to suppress human errors, we will probably suppress some kind of adaptation. So people need to do some errors. But what we need to do is to manage their errors, and especially the consequences of their errors. Okay, is this clear? Mm-hmm. Clear?
Yes.
Okay, don't hesitate if it's not clear. So also, you know, there is a kind of I mean, people believe that the biggest the errors, okay, the greater the errors, the greatest the consequences. So you see this old lady, you see the errors she did. Is there any consequence of the error here?
Anh chị thấy cái bác gái này trong hình ảnh không ạ? Thì có cái hệ quả này gì ạ?
Is there any consequences of the error? Is it serious? Is it a serious consequences? Yes or no?
No.
No. You see, this is just the flowers falling down. She's living at the ground level. Okay, so no serious consequences. No, here is, do we have serious consequences?
Ở cái hình này là có lỗi, sẽ có lỗi không ạ? Lỗi serious không ạ? Nghiêm trọng không ạ? Có hay không? Tức là đây là đang ở cái tầng 1, tầng 2 ạ, tầng 3 ạ. Thì cái tầng từ tầng 3 mà rơi xuống thì có cái lỗi nghiêm trọng sẽ xảy ra không ạ? Maybe. Yes.
Maybe?
The picture too is so dangerous because it's fallen from the hand to the ground.
Yeah, so maybe the consequences might be a little bit more serious. But here, of course, on the third picture, you know, we have another situation, and here probably we'll have some serious consequences. Can you tell me if we change the nature of the errors? Do we have different errors from here to here?
So the picture one stays the same. It's not dangerous than another picture.
Sorry, can you say it again?
Yeah, if you compare with the environment from picture 1 with picture 2 and picture 3, the picture 1 is not good. It's not dangerous than the two picture 2 and 3.
Okay, yes, you're right. But my question was, is there, what makes the difference? What makes picture 3 as more dangerous than picture 1? Is it the, I mean, do we have a difference?
Consequence, not error. Error is same at the three picture.
Yeah,
Con mở cái cửa
exactly.
cánh cửa trên lấy cái bình xịt đã.
Exactly.
Không thì
We
vỡ
have
được,
exactly,
mở ra.
I mean, the lady did exactly the same errors, okay? But what makes the difference here? This is the context. You see the context, the situation by itself has changed, okay? We went from the ground floor to the third floor. And in this case, we have someone walking below the window. And so this context lead to more consequences, okay? So the link, there is no link between errors and consequence. The only link between error and consequence is the context, okay? Not the error by itself. So that means that, of course, when you are looking to, there is a lot of research in psychology to try to understand errors. And of course, we have what we call local triggers and personal factors. Personal factors might be, I don't know, I'm very tired, I'm stressed, I'm not skilled, okay? Or even I'm too skilled, you know, I'm very expert. And local triggers mean that in the environment, you have something that may push you to do an error. And this is what we call the mechanism of error production. This will explain the errors. And there was a lot of research trying to explain why people are doing errors. And then you have two important things in errors, which is detection and recovery. Detection means that you will be able to identify that you did an error, and recovery means that you will be able to recover your error. You will be able to avoid the consequences of errors. And in fact, in 90% of cases, people are able to detect and to recover their errors. And only in 10%, they are not able to detect their errors. But the error consequences, even if they are not able to detect their error, so only on 10%, only a very, very few are likely to produce an accident. Okay, so we should, and this is very difficult to change that. It's very difficult to reduce the errors because we will have always condition to produce errors. What we should work on is more on detection and recovery of errors. We should probably more learn people to detect and to recover from their error rather than trying to absolutely suppress every single human error, which will be, in fact, impossible. Okay, so in errors, we know that errors is also very related to the kind of cognitive processes we are doing. You remember yesterday we talked about system 1 and system 2. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes. So you remember system 1 is the very intuitive decision making, while system 2 is much more I would say analytic decision making mode. That means that you will try really to understand the situation before making your decision. We also have another model, the Rasmussen model, which is quite famous. So you see, you are perceiving the information, then if you are just using your system 2, you will use what we call the knowledge-based behavior, okay? So it's very close to the concept of system 2. Here, you will go through all the stages. And you remember yesterday, I told you that a lot of situations, especially emergency situation, you can't offer to go through all the stages. You don't have the time to do it. So very often, you will do some kind of shortcut. And a first shortcut will be to use what we call a rule-based behavior, okay? So a rule-based behavior means that you will go directly from the identification to the procedure choice, because especially in aviation, for pilot or cabin crew, they have some rules, they have some, I don't know, procedures. And so once they have identified the situation, they can go directly to the procedure choice. They don't have to analyze all the situation because everything is in the rule. And even in some cases, we don't have the time to use a rule. We need to go directly to the execution of action. So you are going directly from the observation to the execution, or even sometimes from the activation to the execution. You remember yesterday we talked about if you are driving your car, you see the front car braking in front of you, you see the red light of the front car, and you will directly execute the braking of your car. And so at all of this level, we may have specific errors. Here we will have what we call knowledge error, meaning that you are not using the good knowledge. Okay, you are wrongly using knowledge, and so you are making decision on wrong basis. You can do also rule errors, meaning that you are not picking the good rules, the good procedure, and of course you are doing another kind of errors. And finally, the last one is called skill errors. And in skill errors, we have two kinds of things: slips and lapses. Okay, lapses mean that you are not doing something. You should, I don't know, press a button, and you forget to press the button. Slips are when you are doing something, but you are not doing the right thing. You are pressing the button, but not the good button, okay, not the right button. Okay, so this is slips and lapses. And here these errors are at the execution level. Okay, here they are at the rule level, and here they are at the knowledge level. So this model is very much used in aviation psychology, in human factors, to help the designers of system to design system that will avoid people to do errors, okay? To try to prevent as much as possible errors, or to help people to detect and recover their errors. Okay, is that clear?
Rõ về cái mô hình này không ạ? Có cần phải giải thích không ạ? Thì em sẽ giải thích lại ạ.
Okay, so I believe it's clear.
I believe so too.
Okay, good. I don't know if you know this test. It's a very famous test in psychology. We use it very much, especially to evaluate stress. It's a very good stress test. So you see, you have words here: red, green, blue, orange, green, orange, and you see red is written in red. Okay, so the color is consistent with the word. Red is written in red. Here, green is written in green. Blue is written in blue, and so on. Okay, so you ask the people to read the words. Okay, red, green, blue, orange, green, orange, red, and so on. And at some point, starting on the third line, you see the word blue is written in green. Okay, so here you are producing a conflict between two things, something which is very automatic, okay, reading the words, reading the color of the word and reading the words, and so it produces a kind of conflict. And what we are doing, it's very difficult to do it now with when we are on Zoom, but if we have been on the room, we could do the test. We ask someone to do the test first, and I'm sorry, I'm disturbed by one of my colleagues. And so after the third line, normally people are doing errors, because this is very difficult. Oh, blue, no, green, blue, yes, red, blue, no, it's green. So people are doing errors. And what we can see very clearly is that when people are detecting their errors, they tend to slow down. They tend to control more their behavior, and they are, in fact, improving their performance. So it's a good demonstration that we need to detect our errors to make improvement. And then we do a second test. We ask to someone else to do exactly the same test. And what we, in general, we can see is that the second participant, oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, yes. The second participant, from the very beginning, is starting very slow, okay? Because he saw the other participant do a lot of errors. So he learned from the others, errors, and so he is able to adjust his or her behavior. Okay, so we learn from our errors, but we can also learn from other errors. So errors and learning are very associated. When errors are detected, we tend to correct the errors, and then we adjust our behavior, we increase our margin, we tend to make more attention, to use more attentional resources, to try to avoid to do errors. And so we have a kind of improvement. We have a short-term improvement and we have a long-term improvement. And this is the basis of learning. So it means that the new challenge in safety, human factors and safety, is not to suppress errors, because we can suppress error, and maybe even it would not be a good thing to suppress errors, because we saw that errors and learning are very much associated. So error is natural and cannot be avoided. There is no link between errors and their consequences, and what we need is rather to manage the consequences, to avoid, that an error to produce an accident. Okay, and so managing the consequences is a very key aspect. Also, very often when we are working in airlines or in other industry, we found that people, there was a kind of error taboo. What I mean by error taboo, I mean that people believe that they are good professionals because they are not committing errors. Okay, and if they want to demonstrate to other people that they are good professionals, they should not show that they are doing errors. And so what they tend to do, they do not talk about their errors, they hide their errors. Oh, I did an error, but oh, I'm, I'm too ashamed to do an error, and so I will not talk about my error. And so the errors stay invisible for everyone. Oh. So no one, I don't know what happened here. So no one can see the errors of others. And so that means that you can protect the consequences of error, because if you do not see the errors, you are not able to protect the system against the consequences of errors. And so errors have more easily serious consequences. And so errors became a mistake. So you see, you have a kind of vicious circles because people believe that they should not talk about their errors. So what we should have instead is a kind of virtuous circle. As human, we can do errors. And this is, I mean, a fundamental features of human is to do errors. And so I talk of my errors with my colleagues, because I'm not blamed of doing errors. And so I decide to report my errors. I have no problem to talk about my errors. And so the organization processes the information. So this is the basis of any reporting system. And so the organization set protections against the consequences of errors. And so my error is less likely to have serious consequences. And so errors and accidents are dissociated. So you see the difference between the vicious circles where people, because of the taboo of errors, they tend not to talk about their errors, and a virtuous circle where people are able and are relaxed to talk about their errors. Okay, so here maybe we have a short movie, okay, and then we will do, yes, and then we'll do a break after the movie, okay? So I hope it will work. Oh, no sound. What happened? Oh, I have no sound.
Yeah. Maybe you need to turn on the sound of that video.
I need to what? Sorry.
You need to turn on the volume.
Yeah, but oh, can you hear the sound now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
No, we cannot hear anything.
Oh, you can hear anything. Okay. Yeah. It's maybe because of Zoom.
Yes. So maybe you need to share.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, I see the problem. Share the sound, and it should work now. Oh, I still have the same problem. Oh, yes.
These programs.
Can you hear the sound?
Will lead to an improved understanding of human error management techniques, and also to a reduced accident and incident rate due to human errors in maintenance.
Everywhere there are people, there will be human error. Like gravity or bad weather, human fallibility is always with us. In our business, where managing risk is inherent in everything we do, experience shows that human error ruthlessly seeks out weaknesses in individuals and organizations.
Worldwide, it is quite apparent that maintenance errors are on the increase.
Unless we do something about the people problem, dealing with the individual, we will be facing serious problems in the very near future.
In managing aircraft maintenance, we face a simple yet profoundly important choice. Either we manage human error or human error will manage us, always at great cost and sometimes at great danger.
In maintenance, two inescapable realities come together. On the one hand, the potential for error that exists in all of us, and on the other, a huge variety of tasks and conditions which provoke that potential.
Very often, it is the simple human errors that let us down, not those involving technological issues.
Look at the facts globally. Human error in maintenance has been calculated as being responsible for 20 to 30% of in-flight shutdowns, costing an estimated $500,000 each. 50% of flight delays, which can cost in excess of $10,000 per hour in charges and lost business. 50% of flight cancellations, which can often cost more than $50,000 each. And a single disaster can hazard the entire organization. Worldwide, the projected growth in air traffic over the next 10 years means that we need to achieve a 33% reduction in the fatal accident rate from all causes just to stay where we are. And a reduction of 50% is required if we are to make a significant downturn in the rate of fatalities.
Whether it's Asia, Europe, or the United States, the errors tend to be the same, even though people are different in language and culture.
Not convinced? Take just one example. The kind of things which get forgotten despite the existence of long-standing operating procedures. Fastenings left undone, 22%. Pins not removed, 13%. Caps loose and missing, 11%. Spacers and seals missing, 10%. Tools not removed, 10%. Body panels left off, 3%. Miscellaneous emissions, 11%.
Of course, these figures will not be the same everywhere, but the trend is universal.
Despite design standards and practice, which include detailed failure mode assessments, system safety analysis, maintenance review board procedures, airworthiness directives, service bulletins, required operating procedures, and feedback from incidents, such repeated errors continue to occur.
So, what's going on? Why do good organizations with highly skilled, well-motivated staff have the same problems over and over again?
Simple errors can so easily produce the kind of disaster which could, perhaps, happen to any of us. Like several cases where aircraft have lost lubrication to all engines because seals were left out, or blanking plates not refitted properly. More than one aircraft has been lost because an error in maintenance left flight crew without critical performance information. Other aircraft have been subject to emergencies after takeoff because of locking pins left in place following maintenance. 520 people were killed following the failure of a misrepaired pressure bulkhead. Of course, such terrible events are rare. We have long established procedures which are intended to prevent, detect, and control the results of human error. Which is why most of us have never been involved in a disaster or even a major incident. Nevertheless, things still go wrong. The question is, why? Our industry is well equipped to understand and detect technical failures, but is less well practiced with human failures, perhaps because they cannot easily be understood in terms of the workplace alone. To get inside the problem, let's explore what human error really is. Slips and trips. When the plan is okay, but things don't go according to it, maybe through distraction or some other discontinuity. Mistakes can happen when circumstances play tricks. Things go according to plan, but the plan is inadequate. Even with the best of intentions, miscommunication can catch out any of us. Sometimes rules are violated when the task in hand seems to demand it, and on other occasions when it doesn't seem to matter very much. Outside work, we all tend to do this kind of thing, so it should be no surprise that these tendencies follow us to work. Because we're human, in any approach to managing error, we ourselves are prone to error. One of the most common of these errors is to see the problem we're trying to fix mainly in terms of the person or team with the most immediate hands-on responsibility. A vitally important part of understanding the kinds of error which can have serious results is the appreciation that when things go wrong, 3 failures will have occurred. The initiating event, usually a single error, sometimes on the hangar floor, perhaps during planning, or right back at the design stage. Error can be built in before the job begins. Next is a failure to detect that error, and the absence of an effective control to recover from the consequences. So human error is not simply a case of the individual getting it wrong, it is a system failure. Most of the time, the system works well, but such apparent success may not be all that it seems. A good safety record is reassuring, but to rely on the absence of accidents as an indication of safety can be dangerous. A cheese shop may seem to be an odd place to find out what happens when things go wrong. But this cheese has a lesson for us.
Would you slice it up for me, please? Maybe 4 or 5 slices long ways?
That's no problem. Thanks very much.
All complex systems have many barriers, safeguards and defenses to separate hazards from victims, from assets and from the environment. In an ideal world, each defense would look like this. It would be solid and intact. But in reality, each defense is like this. It has holes in. And the same is true for all the other defenses. All the defenses have holes in them.
The defenses which an organization managing any kind of hazard must have include good documentation, clear communication, regular training, well thought out operating procedures, effective supervision, and thorough inspection. All are vital to cost-effective operations and the prevention of accidents and unwanted incidents. Day and night, the work we do, whether we realize it or not, is under attack by circumstances and our own inherent tendency to get things wrong. Usually, individual defenses hold, and any breaches are frequently neutralized by the skill, experience, and goodwill of people in the front line. But just occasionally, they are not. Even then, the error is usually neutralized by other layers of defense elsewhere in the system. But sometimes the worst does happen. The one thing that all incidents have in common is a moment when flaws in the system line up for just long enough to allow people and harm to come into close proximity. The absence of accidents may be the result of effective error management. On the other hand, it may simply demonstrate that undetected flaws have not lined up to allow disaster to strike, yet. Take just one example, a dropped or dragged engine caused by the fracture of a fuse pin because brace fastenings were not secured. Similar incidents have occurred at least 5 times in different places around the world, among airlines operating from bases with different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. Progressively, Defenses were breached. In one case at least, the pattern looked like this. Procedures were not complied with. Communications failed. Work cards were not up to the job. Training was inadequate. Visible warnings were not present. Inspection did not pick up the error. What events like this demonstrate is that bad outcomes, just like good outcomes, are a team effort by everyone involved. It comes down to this. Defenses are essential, but they are not enough.
We are not alone. The same kinds of errors happen in other industries where people have to maintain and operate complex machinery.
As a percentage of all failures, those attributed to human error look like this. In jet transportation, the estimate is between 65 and 85%. In air traffic control, 90%. In shipping, some 80 to 85%. In the chemical industry, 80 to 90%. In the US nuclear power industry, 70%. And in road transport, 85%. One US airline with a fleet of more than 300 aircraft recorded 203 mishaps due to maintenance errors in a 3-year period. These resulted in 13,299 out-of-service hours. The cost of repairs was $16.5 million. So, in any discussion of human error, very large cost issues are at stake. Managing something as erratic, diverse, and whimsical as human error may seem an impossible task. But it's not. Error can be managed systematically and cost-effectively. There are 3 essential facts we must face. The first is that human fallibility is not going to change. Everything we do is vulnerable. Key activities are interdependent. To some degree, everybody must rely on everybody else. Let's review what we do every day in the light of these realities. Each time an aircraft enters the hangar for maintenance or an individual unit is dismantled, there are between hundreds to tens of thousands of related actions, rules, decisions, procedures, statutory requirements, and pieces of communication which must be effectively dealt with to ensure a safe, cost-effective outcome. Making this complexity of people, circumstances, and activity accessible to change is one of the first tasks of error management. Look at it like this. The individual and the task which he or she performs can be seen as being at the center of a circle. Surrounding the individual and the task they undertake is the team of which the individual is a member. The team, in turn, is supported by the organization. And finally, the organization is encompassed by the entire company. In reality, of course, this structure is dynamic. It changes hour by hour on the hangar floor and to other timescales elsewhere in the organization. As people,
Philip? Hello?
Sorry.
On, please.
Yeah, that's better now, probably. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. Yeah, I mute my mic. So yeah, I was just saying that the movie is a little bit old-fashioned, a little bit old movie. You know, it has been done in the 80s, but still the message is very current. And the message is that, of course, the human error is something which is really associated with any human behavior. It's a part of our limitation, and we need also to understand why human errors are produced. And the causes of human errors, again, is not only to be found in the internal aspect or in the internal weakness of people, but more in the environment, in the organization, on the way the procedure have been design, in the communication between the teams. Okay, all this aspect will very much impact errors. So just to finish, and then we are going to have another break before ending the training. More and more, you know, there is a new approach on safety from the last year, you know, maybe from the last 50 years, especially in aviation. We have what we call a top-down approach on safety. We call it a normative safety. And you are working in an airline, and you know that you have to comply with a lot of rules, a lot of procedures. Pilots have checklists, they have a standard operating procedure, and it is very good. I mean, it's good because it helps people to take quick decision, and it's a very, you have a lot of anticipation of risk, so it works well. But we know that it's not enough. And if we want even to progress in safety, we need to use another model of safety, which is adaptive safety. So adaptive safety means that we need also, so this one, sorry, is based on compliance, rule, procedures, process, everything that you know perfectly in Vietnam Airlines. And here we need to use also flexibility of people, adaptation, skills. Okay, so that means that we can't only rely on procedures and rules, but we need also to rely on people, because people are making safety. And we tend to see people, and you remember it was my introduction yesterday, we see people as the weakest part of the system. But in fact, people, you know, human is very often making safety. And just to give you a very final example, you know, I don't know if you remember this DHL accident. It was not really an accident, I have to say, in Baghdad, you know, in Iraq, which is a dangerous place to fly and to visit. And in this case, the aircraft have been hit by a missile which have been launched by terrorists. Okay, so they shot the aircraft. It has been shot by terrorists. And so all the aircraft, I mean, the pilot lost the control of the aircraft. You know, all the hydraulic system was out of order. And what they did, they were smart enough to take the aircraft back to the runway using only the engine thrust. Okay, and by using the engine thrust, they were able to land safely. You see, it was a very hard landing, but still they save, you know, the people on board. And it was only due to their flexibility, their creativity. And so this is something, you know, in human factors that we really push very strong, is to encourage people to take initiative and not only to rely on process and on procedure. Okay, so this is what we call adaptive safety. And again, we need a kind of balance between a normative safety. We need, of course, to have very good norms, standards, procedures, and rules, but we need also to have people who have good skills, who have good skill in human factors also, you know, in the way they are behaving, and to help them to develop their own flexibility and creativity. Okay, and this is what we call resilience. You know, resilience, this is probably a word you heard. This is a word we use very much now in human factors and safety. We talk about resilience engineering. This is a new approach on safety. And there is a lot of research trying to have some application for the airlines industry, especially for the airline industry, to make the system more resilient, more adaptable. Okay, so it's, I guess, 3 p.m., right, in Vietnam?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So this is a good time to stop for a break. So we are going to take 15 minutes of break, and then we are going to talk about safety culture. And if we have time, but I'm not sure we'll have time because we are a little bit late, we will do a small group exercise. if we don't have the time to do the full exercise, we will still do some interaction on safety culture, because safety culture might be very theoretical, but I would like to give you a very practical example of safety culture. And then you will have the final exam, okay, with a quiz, which is not a very difficult question. I just give some quite easy question, so you should be able to succeed the on the exam. Okay, so let's have a break for 15 minutes, so maybe we can start again at 9:50.
Yes, 3:15.
Yes, 3:15 for us.
Oh yeah, sorry, 9:50 is my time. Yes.
Yes.
Don't at 9 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, so see you in 15 minutes.
Yes, see you in 15 minutes. Yes.
Okay, see you. Bye bye. Ready? Oh, oh yes, you're back. Good. So maybe just as a very quick recap on the last section, can you tell me what the main difference between an error and a violation?
Error is unintended, and violation is pretend to violate the rule or regulation.
Okay, yes, good. Are people doing violation just because they are not good professional? I mean, when we talk about violation, we are talking about someone who is not complying with the rule. Does it mean that in all cases, these people are not good professional? You know, they are. Yes.
They are even professional.
Sorry. Can you say it again?
Can you repeat the questions, please?
Yeah, sure. So when people are doing violation, okay, here that means that they do not comply with a rule or procedure. Does it mean that they are not good professional?
Yes.
So you start, that means that when they are doing a violation, in all the cases, they are doing violation because, I don't know, they want to save some time, they are lazy, or they are negligent. Is it what you believe on violation?
Even they are expert, they also do violation or make errors.
Yes, they can do errors and violation, but I'm just focusing on violation, okay? And my question is that, I mean, should we always blame people when they are doing violation? Because it means that if they do not comply with the rule, we need to blame them.
I think the person who violates is not a professional staff or worker, because when we work professionally, we must obey rules and regulations.
Okay, so in fact, from what I try to explain you in the course, in a lot of cases, I'm not saying that this is 100% the case, but in a lot of cases, people are doing violation because they are forced to do a violation. You know, because I mean, the system was not well designed, or maybe the procedure was not well designed, and sometimes the procedure is just not applicable. Okay, it's not workable, and so people sometimes are doing violation not because they are not good professional, but because they do not have the choice to do other things than a violation. Okay, is that clear or not?
But I think if they think the procedure or the rules is not workable, they can report to their supervisor and their boss, and they can make some change.
Yes.
If they violate it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely true. I mean, what we need to do in this case, of course, is something is not workable, not adapted. They should report to their manager. You're absolutely true. But in some cases, people are not reporting that. They say, okay, oh yes, I know this is not workable, but it's like this for years, and nothing has changed for years. And so I know that I can do something which is acceptable, but it violates the procedure. But I'm doing that because finally it's accepted by everyone. The organization tends sometimes to accept some violation, and unfortunately, sometimes the violation lead to accident. Okay, so we can't really say that it's black or white, the idea of violation. We need to put into the context why people did the violation. Is there any reason that make them forced to do a violation? Okay. And this takes us directly to the last part, which is safety culture, which is a very important aspect in human factors, is to understand how people are behaving in a more general perspective in their culture. So safety culture, just a very quick definition, is a set of enduring values and attitudes regarding safety shared by every member of every level of an organization. Okay, so this is values, behavior, which are shared by every member, and not only by the managers, or not only by the workers, but by everyone. Okay, they have the same views on safety. So a culture also in which frontline operators, so people working really on the field, are not punished for actions, omission, or decision taken. Okay, that are commensurate with their experience and training, but in which, of course, gross negligence, willful violation, and destructive acts are not tolerated. Okay, because sometimes there is some confusion when we are talking about safety culture. Well, we are also talking about non-blame culture. Non-blame culture does not mean that we accept everything and that nothing will be punished. Of course, we will punish the action which are absolutely unacceptable because people really want to, to break the system or to kill people. Okay, but otherwise we need to accept that people can do errors and violation. So safety culture is a blend of several things, like several layers. First, the national culture. You belong to the Vietnamese culture, which is a very strong culture. You have, there is some behaviors in Vietnam that maybe are not the same as in France, and maybe some French behavior will not be accepted in Vietnam. So this is, and there is no good or bad culture, of course, they are all different. And they may influence safety in a different way because we have all our own behavior depending on the culture where we grow. We have also a professional culture. So professional culture means that we have pilots have their own culture, cabin crew, maintenance, all these professional groups have also their own culture. And finally, we have the organizational culture. Vietnam Airlines have its culture. It's an old culture. The history of Vietnam Airlines will also change the way people will behave in the organization. And so in the middle of that, you have safety culture. So you see, safety culture is influenced by these three aspects of culture: national, professional, and organizational culture. So just a few examples of national culture and how it may change or behavior in terms of safety. One which is very famous is individualism and collectivism. Okay, so individualism culture value independence of people, you know, and it promotes personal ideals, strengths, and goals. And it's a very competitive culture and leading to individual achievement and finding. Okay, while in the collectivism culture, people value interdependence. It promote group and societal goals. People are blended in with group identity, and here the achievements are attributed to mutual support. Do you think that Vietnam is more individualist or collectivist?
Yes, collective.
Yeah, collectivist. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see. Here, this is a measure of individualism. Okay, so the more you are red, you see, you have different countries. The more you are red, the more you are individualist culture. And so you see that the US, Canada, France, or most of the Western countries, and Australia and New Zealand, they are more from the individualist culture. You know, they more value individual achievement rather than group achievement. And you see that Asian countries, and including Vietnam, have a low score in individualism. That means that they are more collectivist. Okay, and so this may change the way people behave, how they are making decisions. And a very interesting example was the Fukushima nuclear accident. You remember, after the tsunami in Japan, that occurred in Japan, there was a very serious nuclear accident, which was, you know, catastrophic. And I will not go into detail of all the accident. It's quite a complex accident. But for sure, the decision to build the nuclear power plants close to the ocean in a place which was quite vulnerable to tsunami was also, you know, influenced by some cultural aspect of Japan. And this is the conclusion of the investigation. And I mean, it was done by a Japanese person who was leading the commission. And so I just read the conclusion. It's fundamental causes. So the fundamental causes of the accident are to be found in the ingrained conventions of Japanese culture, you know, something which is really inside the culture. Or reflexive obedience. You know that Japanese are very tend to obey and to respect very much the authority. Or reluctance to question the authority. In Japan, you don't question the authority. Or devotion to sticking with the program, meaning that they are not really flexible in a way that they are not changing or challenging very much the decision which have been made. Or groupism, and or insularity, meaning that the fact that they are living, you know, on a small country on the island with quite few influence from the outside, was, you know, was part of the fundamental causes of the accident. So you see the link between a national culture and the link with the accident. And it's very interesting to read the accident investigation report. So you see, we have different other features of the national culture, like the power distance index. So the degree to which the less powerful members of a society accept and expect that power is distributed unequally. Okay, in high PDI societies, so when a society will have a high power distance index, people accept a hierarchical order in which everybody has a place and which needs no further justification. Okay, so this is the case here for this national culture. They have a high PDX index. That means that they tend to accept the authority and they are not challenging the authority, which is not the case here for these three. You know, if you look at Ireland, British Hong Kong, and Switzerland, they tend to have you know, a low power index. That means that they are not really, they dare to challenge the authority, okay? And here you have the also uncertainty avoidance, which is quite interesting in terms of safety. So this is your ability to cope with uncertainty, because sometimes you can't be sure of how things will happen. You have a lot of uncertainty, and you see that Japan and Korea have a very high uncertainty avoidance. That means that they do not like very much uncertainty. While New Zealand, Ireland, and British Hong Kong, they can cope with uncertainty. They can be more flexible. Okay, so this is for the national culture. Then we have the organizational culture. And if you look at the work from Restroom, he's a very, very interesting work. He's a sociologist. And so he looked at different organization in hospital, in airlines, nuclear power plant. And he found that he can try to describe three kinds of organizational culture: a pathological culture, a bureaucratic culture, and a generative culture. Okay, so I will not go into detail of all the features, but just to understand that in the pathological culture, people are really power oriented. What they want is to keep their power. Okay, I am a manager and I will do everything I can to keep my power, even if I need to fire people and I don't like novelty, of course. Bureaucratic are very rule-oriented culture, meaning that they base all their decision on administration, on rules and procedures. And the generative is a culture that Restroom says that really all the organizations should go towards, okay? They should go from, if they are pathological or bureaucratic, they should move to a generative culture. So this is the most mature culture in terms of safety culture. Here you have a lot of cooperation between people, bridging between people, between different departments are very encouraged. Failures leads to inquiry, while here failure leads to justice, okay? Because you are just looking at the rule. And here failure leads to scapegoating. I don't know if you understand the word scapegoating. That means that when you have a failure, you tend to blame someone only, okay? And you are not really trying to understand why people did an error. Okay, so this is the three kind of organizational culture. And again, what Restroom say is that we need to move to generative culture. Or maybe, do you know, if you have to think about Vietnam Airlines, you are not all working for Vietnam Airlines, but just take Vietnam Airlines. Would you say that you are, in which culture you will be? You feel you are? Pathological, bureaucratic, or generative?
Bedroom say generative.
Oh, you said generative. Okay, so I'm sorry to disappoint you. We did, a big survey. It was 2 years ago, and we found, it was a much more detailed analysis. But we did some interview, we did some questionnaire, and what we found is that you are more between bureaucratic and generative. Okay, so there is still a lot. The waste of bureaucracy, of rules, of procedure are quite, heavy in Vietnam Airlines, and so still, you may move again to generative. Okay, it's always a continuous improvement. You can change from one day to another, from bureaucratic to generative. It means it requires a lot of resources, a lot of effort coming from the top management. It can't only come from the employee. It should come also, and this is a priority, it should come from the top management to change the culture of people, which is a long process. Okay, so there is a few features of a positive safety culture, which is, so this is a culture where people are aware of the safety risk and non-hazard induced by the operation. They continuously behaving to preserve and enhance safety. They are willing and able to adapt when facing safety issues. They are willing to communicate safety issues, and they consistently evaluating safety-related behavior throughout the organization. So you see, this is the main features of a positive safety culture. And so when an organization wants to move to a generative culture, they try to work at these different features. This is another way to show safety culture. So a just culture, I will go in more detail on just culture. It will be the final things I will present you today. We need to have a learning culture. Okay, so this is a kind of pillars. This is all the 5 pillars on which you can build a safety culture. So learning culture, you need always to learn new things about safety. A reporting safety, a reporting culture is a culture that means that people are, are confident to report their errors or failures. A flexible culture, that means that this is a culture which is not stick by a decision, but they're able to change if when it's needed. An informed culture, that means that they will inform people at every level of the organization of the decision. Okay, so this is the 5 blocks of safety culture. So I will skip a little bit just to save some time. And so one of the important features of safety culture is a just culture. You remember I told you that you can't, if you blame, the problem, if you blame every violation or every error, what may happen? Can you guess what may happen if you are blaming people for every single errors or violations they are doing? What it may produce in the organization? Do you think it will reduce the violation and errors if you are blaming everyone?
I think then people gonna try to hide the violation, not the error or even their violation, because they're afraid of punishment.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And there was a lot of research showing that in a blame culture, people are using more their resources to hide their errors or violation rather than really working on safety. Okay, so a good point would be to have to develop a just culture. The non-blame culture, I don't like very much the term non-blame culture because it makes you believe that well, okay, everything can be done and we will not blame anyone. No, this is not true. So you need a clear line, a clear red line between unacceptable behavior, which will be like malveillance damage. You are, I don't know, breaking an equipment by willingness because you want to kill someone or you want to destroy some equipment. Substance abuse for recreation. You are drinking, coming in Vietnam Airlines, totally drunk, okay, or you use, I don't know, some drugs just for recreation. This is not acceptable. This is not, this is not a good professional. And this has to be blamed for sure. But then when you are going below, you have what we call acceptable behavior. And it can be even sometimes negligent error or even violation, okay? And you will accept this because you will try to improve the system. Using some events, using the learning from these errors or violation will help you to improve the system. And finally, we have all the unsafe acts, when people are doing errors and violation, but with no consequences. And this is what we call blameless behavior. Okay, so this is a way to show that. There is different ways, but more or less you have 3 kinds of behaviors. Unacceptable behavior, you want to blame them. Acceptable behavior, that means that they may have some consequences, but you will understand why people behave like this, and blameless behavior because, you know, people did errors, but there was no consequences. So the problem is to assess the behaviors of people. And this will be the last part. And if we have time, we'll do a small group exercise. So here, to decide, is it a acceptable, blameless, or unacceptable behavior, you have what we call the safety culture decision tree. It has been published by Jim Reason, you know, the guy you saw on the video playing with the Swiss cheese. And so it's quite easy. You know, you have several actions. The first, several questions, sorry. First, where's the actions intended? Okay, if you say yes, then you have a second question. Where the consequences as intended? Okay, that means that the guy, the employee, know that if he's acting like this, the consequences will be like this. If this is yes, we are in you know, the area of sabotage, damage, suicide. You remember the German wings accident where the pilot, you know, crashed the aircraft by willingness because he want to suicide and kill a lot of people. For sure, it was, you know, something which was on this line. If you say no here, you are going to another question, which is unauthorized substance. Do we have evidence that the people, the employee took something which is unacceptable? If it is yes, you ask yourself, or you need to see, you need to investigate if there was some medical condition. You know, if someone is taking a medical drug, okay, if they did it because of medical condition, it changed very much. If it is yes, it's substance abuse with mitigation. So that means that they use something which is not authorized, but there was a kind of medical condition. Here, this is substance abuse without mitigation, and clearly this is not acceptable. So you see the two first blocks are in the red part, unacceptable behavior. Then you have another question. If you have no unauthorized substance, the question is knowingly violating safe operating procedure. If the answer is yes, you have to ask yourself, were the procedures available, workable, intelligible, and correct? If this is yes, here you may have a possible restless violation, meaning that everything was clear, but people still violate the procedure, which is, yeah, this is not something that you want to have. But if it is no, that means that the procedure was not available or not workable, it will be what we call a system-induced violation. Okay? So if you answer no, you will do what we call a substitution test. So a substitution test, meaning that, okay, this guy did these errors, but if I take someone else with the same experience, with the same skill, do we replicate the same error? Okay. If you say yes, okay. No, if you say no, it means that it's probably due to this specific person. And so do we have any deficiencies in training, selection, or experience? If it's no, we have a possible negligent error. Okay, so it means that it will be probably acceptable. You will have probably to remind, or maybe you will have to send this guy in training. Okay, if it is yes, it's more a system-induced errors. Okay, because you have a deficiencies in training, and here the problem is not the individual, but more the way you are training people. So if it is yes here, if you pass the substitution test, do you have any history of unsafe act? If it is yes, it's a blameless error. So people did errors, but I mean, it should not be blamed. And you just need to do some corrective training. And if it is no, if we have no history of unsafe act for these people, it's a blameless error. Okay. And so you see, the more you are going on the right, the less the culpability, the individual culpability is high. And the more you are going on the right, the more you have, of course, to blame the people. Okay? So here we have several, and what's the time? Yeah, it will be a little bit short, so maybe we will do it collectively. Okay, so we can't set up the 4 groups because we don't have enough time. So here the idea will be for you to tell me which behavior, how you will assess the behaviors. Okay, I will show you different behavior and you will tell me what you think is how it has to be evaluated. So first, this is your captain speaking. Okay, the captain pressed the radio switch for the ATC instead of the cabin address system. The air traffic controller was hearing the captain making a fairly standard speech to the passengers. After the announcement, the controller simply said, "You are still on my frequency, sir." The captain did not respond. Probably he was wondering what he had done, realized it, corrected his error by pressing the right switch this time, and made his address to the passenger again. Okay, can you tell me where we are here? I don't know, we have some pilots, so maybe they will be able to assess quite easily this behavior. Have you understood the case? No?
Yes.
Yes, good. So if you use the same, you have the slide with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me where would you put these errors on the decision, on the safety cultural decision tree? Is it a sabotage?
No.
Yeah. So, okay, where's the action intended? Yes or no? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
Unauthorized substance. Yes or no?
No.
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 Knowingly violating safe operating procedures. Yes or no? No, exactly. So pass substitution test. So we take another pilot, okay, with the same experience, the same skill. Do we pass the substitution test?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I agree. So do we have history of unsafe? Like, we don't know here, of course, because we don't have so much detail, but it's probably, you know, a blameless error. So something that people, I mean, the captain did, but with, okay, it was something that was due to inattention or maybe fatigue. So we can't really blame him to do that. Okay, so let's take another example. Okay, the captain thought he would sleep a little better with a drink. Also, there were less than 12 hours from the bottle to the throttle. You know the rules, 12 hours from the bottle to the throttle. That means that you are not, a pilot is not allowed to drink 12 hours before he started duty, he started flight, okay? So very easy, you know, only 2 lines. So if I'm going back to here, where's the actions intended?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Where the consequences as intended?
No.
No.
Yes, no.
No, exactly. Unauthorized substance.
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Medical conditions.
No.
No.
No, we don't have really evidence of medical condition. Okay, so here it's a substance abuse without mitigation, and in this case, it's probably has to be blame. Okay, so we have to see the level of blame, but yeah, this is dangerous. It's a dangerous behavior, and it cannot be really explained by something which is in the system or in the organization. Okay. So let's take another example. Oh, this one is too long. This one is too complex. Yeah, this one is quite interesting. A pilot has a very bad night, only 3 hours of sleep, like me today, because of his newborn cries. No, this is not because of my newborn, because I don't have a newborn. He has to fly the next day and decides to report for the duty after taking 3 cups of coffee. Okay? So he's very tired. He only slept 3 hours. because he has a newborn, okay, a baby crying, and so he has decided to do the flight anyway, just by taking 3 cups of coffee. So going back here, where's the actions intended?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. He know exactly what he's doing. Whereas the consequences as intended. No. Exactly. Unauthorized substance. Is coffee forbidden?
No.
Knowingly violating safe operating procedures.
Yes.
That's a good point. I don't know, because it depends. Do you have in Vietnam Airlines a clear procedure that told you you can fly with only 3 hours of sleep? Do you have this clear procedure? Is it written?
Yes. We have a regulation. We have to at least 11 hours for rest before flight, before reporting flight.
Very interesting. You said 11 hours of rest. I'm talking about sleep. You may have 11 hours of rest, but in these 11 hours, I can just have 2 hours of sleep. You see the point?
11 hours of rest, but 8 hours sleeping.
Yeah, but in this case, he can't have 8 hours of sleep because of the babies. Okay, but do you have in your regulation or in a procedure or in a process, whatever, something where it is written that you can't fly with only 3 hours of sleep? No, I don't think.
No.
I don't know any airline who have this, very, very strict procedure. Okay, so that's quite interesting because it makes a difference between the rules and here, which is more an individual behavior. So no, here.
Actually, the rule is very general. It's not specific for
exactly.
hours of sleep.
Yeah, probably you have something saying that people need to be fit for duty. No, they need to be, I don't know, because in a lot of airlines, they have a kind of fit for duty regulation. It's not really a regulation, but more guidelines, but people normally should be fit for duty, including
fit for duty.
Yeah, exactly. But there is nothing that say, oh, you are fit for duty after 6 hours or 7 hours of duty of sleep. Sorry,
not
nothing. Okay, so you don't have any specific rules or procedure on that. So you say no. Pass the substitution test.
Yes.
Probably, yes, probably. So it means that do we have history of unsafe acts? So here we don't really know, but probably, okay, let's say yes. In this case, it will be a blameless errors, but corrective training or counseling indicated. That means that for this specific captain or pilot, we need to help them to understand that flying an aircraft with only 3 hours of sleep is not enough, and it might be dangerous. You remember I told you yesterday that if you don't sleep enough, you have an equivalent effect of blood alcohol concentration. Okay, so of course it's not forbidden. If you don't sleep before, it's not forbidden, but it might be as dangerous as blood alcohol concentration. Okay, so this is why it's more an individual responsibility. Okay, I think I will stop now. It's 10 in the no, it's 4 for you. 10 in the morning local time in Paris, because we need to keep some time for the exam. Okay, and so I guess I will. The UNVIET team will take in charge the quiz, right?
Yes, we will take in charge of the quiz.
Okay. So let me thank everyone to attend the course. I hope it has been helpful and that you learn new things. You know, of course, it was not ideal because on Zoom, it's not ideal. I would really prefer to come in Vietnam, see you face to face, ask you question and have group exercise. But of course, because of the pandemic, we still need to do, you know, the training like this, which is not ideal. I would prefer also to come in Vietnam to enjoy the very good Vietnamese food. So I hope that in 2022 next year we'll be able to come and meet people in person and do training, you know, because the training in Zoom is absolutely difficult, I guess, for you to follow, for me to do. Okay, so hopefully we cross the fingers for I mean, the COVID-19 will be only staying in 19 and that 2022 will be another year. Okay, so thank you everyone. If you have any question, don't hesitate. I can still take 5 minutes if you have any question. If you don't want to ask me a question, no, you can also send me an email. Okay.
Is it okay to provide your email to everyone?
Yeah, sure. You can disclose my email to everyone, no problem, and I will be very happy to answer your question. And if you want more, I don't know, references, if you want book references or papers, just let me know. I will be happy to send you that. Okay.
Sounds good. Sorry, Philip. We want just to take a picture.
Oh, sure.
You just stay still, and then we're just gonna take the picture.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
So we put your face very huge up here.
Okay.
Okay. Can you turn off the sharing? Like stop the sharing?
Oh yeah, stop the sharing. Yeah, we don't need the slide. We don't
need
one.
Yes. Okay. Wait. Oh yes.
Mấy chị lên chụp ảnh với lớp ra.
Dạ, mời mọi người lên chụp ảnh với thầy. Okay, wait for us. Okay, just stay there. Wait for a second. Em muốn chụp cái ở trong Zoom.
So we look very tired with Melanie. You see? sleep deprivation. Oh, that's nice to see you all. You know, we didn't see your face before.
Okay, wait. We are like the second đi thôi ạ.
Nhưng mà thầy không nhìn đến mình đúng không?
Thầy không nhìn đến mình đâu, mình thầy sẽ gửi ảnh cho thầy. Anh ơi, cái ấy này print screen rồi. Không chị nhận được mỗi cái ảnh.
Nó là Windows sheet.
Không nhận được cái
ảnh đóng khung của thầy.
Tí nữa em gửi hết.
Không đóng khung từng chữ này.
Thế này, đừng lên đi. Em phải nữa. Em biết rồi.
Thôi, xếp vào đấy.
So let me know when we need to smile.
Okay.
Đây Hồng Anh nhìn đây.
Just keep smiling.
Nhưng mà em làm thì em phải có mắt.
Bên cạnh
các chị cứ dùng đủ mọi thủ thuật để nó chụp ảnh, nào là đứng nấp vào người nọ người kia thì nó đầy hết đấy. Rồi em hô đấy nhá. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Rồi.
Okay. Okay, we got the picture.
Okay, very good. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you very much. So you don't need me to do the quiz, I guess.
Okay,
Okay, you have everything. Okay, so I can leave.
Yes, you can leave. Yes.
Okay.
Send the link for the quiz.
So
yes.
okay, I'm going to take a small nap. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very
Philip.
much.
Hope to see you in
very much.
Vietnam.
Merci beaucoup. See you in Vietnam. Okay. Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Merci beaucoup, Philippe.
Merci à vous. À bientôt. Bye bye.
À bientôt.
À bientôt.
Các chị anh chị lắng lại mấy phút ạ, khoảng 5 phút thôi, có một vài quiz, có 10 câu hỏi trắc nghiệm thôi. Thì các anh chị, em sẽ gửi email cho các anh chị, còn anh chị nào mà đang join Zoom ấy, thì em sẽ gửi qua cái phần chat box của Zoom. Còn nếu mà ở đây thì email em vừa gửi luôn.
Email nào, mọi người dùng email nào đó nhỉ?
email mà đã đăng ký với khóa học.
Nhưng mà em có gửi message cho anh, em reply luôn ở đấy thì cách thì nhận lại.
Em có reply all này.
À, ok, anh reply luôn rồi.
Vâng.
Em có anh trong đấy.
Em nghĩ em có anh rồi. Vừa gửi không phút trước.
Hoa Anh ơi làm trên cái chat luôn đúng không? Em.
Vâng, cái link chat ấy. Chờ một chút.
Sai.
À thế à? Em vừa mới gửi.
Cái quizy.com đúng không anh?
Có một chị tức là các chị sẽ nhận được không? Chính xác đâu. Rất là.
Ok, cảm ơn em.
Vâng, ấn vào link chị ạ.
Cái này mỗi người chỉ làm được một lần thôi chị.
Đúng không? Một lần thôi anh ạ. Thôi là một lần thôi. Lấy kiểu một ghi tên của mọi người vào cho em nhé.
Trường hợp mà làm sai thì có bị rớt không?
Điền tên thôi mà không cần mang về.
Không cần mang về thì cả điền tên thôi ạ.
Không anh ơi tên này. Trong spam.
Thế thì để
người đọc.
Anh ơi làm trong thời gian bao nhiêu phút?
Dạ cái phòng đọc chơi này con con ấy. Chị Yến có câu hỏi gì ạ?
Em ơi làm trong vòng thời gian bao nhiêu phút đó em?
Cứ khoảng độ 15 phút ạ. Không, thời gian nó tính theo từng câu rồi chị ạ. Vâng. Cứ ép thời gian là được. Có một câu là khoảng độ 15 phút thì đấy chị ạ.
Rồi cảm ơn em.
Cái này mới hay nhất rồi mà này hay nhất luôn rồi.
Được. Em không có đáp án đấy ạ, khổ lắm rồi ấy. Thầy tạo.
Đáp án chị riêng.
Email của chị là gì ạ? Nguyễn Hải.
Em gửi email à?
Gửi email cho chị.
Nguyễn Hải ơi không Vietnam Airlines. Hà Nguyễn Hải.
Anh thấy rồi đi ạ. Vâng, anh thì chắc là Outlook thì nó sẽ lâu lâu vì là email từ bên ngoài. Để em gửi cho anh nhá.
Không, anh phải gửi ảnh cho mọi người. Anh hình như không gửi cho anh.
Thế à? Em lại nhìn
có ở đây không có đấy.
Tôi đã làm rồi.
Làm đi.
Bắt đầu nhé.
Làm đi.
Mỗi câu hình như mọi người có 1 phút để trả lời ạ. Nên là thoải mái.
Bắt đầu
Vâng, cứ bắt đầu đi ạ. Vâng, mỗi người cứ bắt đầu được ạ. Em chị thoải mái ạ.
Nhập tên ở đâu nhỉ?
Không anh em bỏ.
Chị cứ bắt đầu
Chị lấy đường link của bạn Salem.
À thế thì chị để ra đi ạ. Thì chị